Good morning, guys. It's Naveen joining the call. Can you guys hear me? Could you please type in the chat window? Great. Thank you, Pratisha. And hope you guys had a good weekend. And let's get started here, guys. Hope you're able to see my screen. And, great. Thank you. Bring up my Excel here. So before we get started today, guys, let me go ahead and do a quick review. I want to stop the share here for a moment. Back here. Okay. So let's see, I'm going to do a little bit of assessment. I think some of you were absent for the previous one. So let me come back and see. Praharsha, are you there? Praharsha? How about Sindhu? Are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
I think last week I did not take an assessment of yours.
Yes, Naveen.
Oh, have I taken? No.
No. You didn't.
Okay, great. Let's see. Hopefully you reviewed some of the concepts and things like that.
Yes, Naveen.
Very good. Let's see. Do you remember what is the mantra of big data or what is big data?
Yes, Naveen. Big data is nothing but data sets.
And what is the problem with them?
Problem with big data is nothing but it will make sure frameworks that will use inefficient storage.
Good. What is structured data?
Structured data is nothing but everything will be in the form of line by line or element by element.
Okay. Can you give me an example of data quality?
Data quality. Data quality. Men pregnant.
Okay. Do you remember what does the command hadoop fs-cat do?
Hadoop fs-cat display empty files.
Displays the empty files. Okay. Do you know what the command touch does?
Create empty files.
Okay. And let's say, do you remember what is the difference between absolute path and relative path?
Absolute path is nothing but it will describe how to access a given file or directory. Relative path is nothing but it will lag leading forward by /.
Okay. Good one. Thank you, Sindhu.
Oh, welcome, Naveen.
Yeah. Choose this one. Okay, great. And let's see, Sri Charan, are you there?
Oh, yes, Naveen.
Okay. Do you know what is a block in Hadoop?
It's a data.
It is data. Okay.
The file is split into data, nothing but blocks.
Okay. What is a distributed file system?
The file is stored in different servers rather than storing in one server. So it creates backup for every file.
Okay. Why do we create backup?
Because if any server fails means we'll be having that backup file.
Why do servers fail?
Because it's cheap server.
Okay. Do you remember what is Hive?
Hive is a data warehouse of Hadoop.
Okay. Do you remember what is the difference between managed table and external table?
Able to recall them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Charan.
Thank you, Navin.
Yeah. Gangaram, are you there? Let's see, Gangaram, not there. How about, let's say, Satish, are you there? Satish? How about Priyusha, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Show up yourself, please. Okay. Do you remember what is name node?
Naveen,
What is name node?
name node is a master node.
Very good. Can you tell me how does Hive work?
Hive takes SQL like commands and converts them into MapReduce forms.
Very good. What is MapReduce?
MapReduce is nothing but it converts it. It reduces and it will do mappings and reduces the data.
Between mapping and reducing, what is the step called? Okay. If you want to see in Hive, what is the metadata? What is the command?
Naveen, can you come again?
If you want to see the metadata of a table, what is the command?
Describe
Pardon me? What
gives
is
the
it?
metadata.
What is it?
Describe.
Okay. What is an external table?
External table. It uses external table to manage the data.
Okay. Thank you, Priyusha.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Rahul, are you there? Rahul M. Rahul M. Gangaram, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Oh, okay. We come back here. What is pig, Gangaram?
It is a sorry, Naveen.
What is pig?
Used for HDFS.
So yeah, you can show up yourself. And what is the use of pig?
We can write. We can use large data with by converting into small data. Like
Okay. What is $0 called in pig?
procedural notation. I think positional notation.
Okay. And what is the first step that we do in pig generally?
We need to go to that mode pig-x local mode.
Okay. What is the first step that you do in Hive?
Hive.
Yes.
We will execute where is Hive like that comment.
Okay. What is the command drop used for?
Drop the tables.
How does Hive work?
Naveen?
How does Hive work?
Hive works. Hive is a SQL is language, structural SQL is language. It works with Hadoop distribution file system HDFS.
Thank you, Gangara.
Thank you.
Revati, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Very good. Do you remember what is a partition?
Partition is nothing but way of dividing a table.
Do you remember what is explain?
Explain is nothing but a description.
Description of what, Revati?
Execution plan.
Okay. And what does the command distinct do?
What does command?
Distinct do.
Unique queue.
Okay.
Unique queue.
What is the meaning of schema?
Schema is nothing but column name,
Okay. Column names and
data types.
by any chance, do you remember what is rack awareness?
Rack awareness.
Do you remember what is data locality?
Data locality is data sitting and code moving.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Revati.
Okay.
Pravalika, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can show up yourself. What are the different kinds of modes in pig?
Local mode and normal mode, like pig-x local and pig.
What is the main difference between the local mode and the MapReduce mode? Do you know what does the command limit do?
Local mode is gives list in ground floor. Normal mode gives list in first floor, like files in first floor.
Okay. What does the command limit do?
Only gives if you mention the number with the limit, it only gives that many rows. That many rows of data.
Do you remember what does the function tokenize do?
Splits the data.
Okay. And what does the command dump do?
Loads and displays the data.
Okay. What does the command illustrate do?
Step-by-step execution.
Step-by-step execution. Okay, good one. Let's say you're Pravalika, and I think Pravalika. Good. Thank you, Pravalika. Okay. Let's see. Okay, a few of them I can save it for evening. And back to, did any one of you practice Azure Labs, guys? Have any one of you practiced, got a chance to practice Azure Labs? Okay. Let's see. Have any one of you, so bring this up, back to Zoom, share the screen. Start with this one. Okay. And are any one of you are logged into the Azure Labs right now? I'll be asking you to share the screen. Or can anybody come forward to log into the Azure Labs and do some labs today? Any one of you? I want one of you to log into the Azure Labs. Any volunteers? How about Sri Rupa? Can you log into the Azure Lab? How about Sindhu? You guys are not ready? Logged in. Niharika. Okay, Niharika, I'll see if there are other volunteers. You have already logged in. I just want to make sure it will be a good practice for others also. It's for your practice, guys. So there's nothing to worry or anything like that. I think Suresh is done. Sindhu. How about Ganesh? How about, let's say, Revati? What's happening? Why are you guys calm?
Yes, Naveen.
And okay, Revati. Okay, good. Okay. So I'll ask you to do that in a moment. You, in the meantime, you just log in to our lab and get into the Azure Labs and things like that, guys. Okay. So let's get started for today and see what we have. So here is an online shopping mall. And I guess I will need to share the screen here. Again, another one. So let me share the complete one. And now in this online shopping mall, let's say come here, bring this up. Let's give it one moment. Okay, when you look at this graph or chart or visualization, what does it look like to you guys? Take a friendly guess. Give me your answer in the chat window, or maybe you can come online and tell me. What do you think is happening in this online shopping mall? Here's what is happening. Peak usage during holidays and weekends. So during holidays and during weekends, there is peak usage. Why during holidays and weekends there is peak usage, guys? Why more people are shopping online during the weekends? Feel free to type in chat window or maybe just answer it. They're free. Okay, good answer. As simple as that. Nothing rocket science there. Okay. Okay. Less load during rest of the times. In other words, during the rest of the days, the load is much lesser. Now, is this good or bad for the business, guys? Are these two things good or bad? Okay, the first one is good. Peak usage means more people are using their online shopping. That's a good one. That's what it is meant for. If they're using less time, then that's a problem. Okay. So now if you take a look at this, if that is high, that's nothing but a line chart. On that particular day, it was high, 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 and certain days it goes down. Again, high, high, and this is very, very high, very, very, very high is what is going on. So now, if we come back here, what are these? These are the challenges. Challenges means this is a problem for the business. Okay, now take a look at this. Peak load provisioning. Buy infrastructure for the peak load. What would be the infrastructure be doing during periods of low loads? In other words, if you buy infrastructure for the peak load, there is a business, or this business, they're buying a lot of infrastructure, the servers, hardware, and things like that. So what is the problem if they're buying? What's the problem if they're buying a lot of infrastructure, guys? More cost. Simple answer, more cost and capital expenditure and things like that is what it is. So what is happening is when there is more demand during the holidays and weekends, the infrastructure is getting used. But during the weekdays, it is not getting used. Well, that is a problem. So what is this one? This is the solution. Before the cloud, again, this is how most of the companies were working. Okay, let's take another example. Here is a startup. Startup suddenly has become popular, and how to handle the sudden increase in the load. So when you take a look at the line chart, again, notice it was during certain days, it was very, very high. The sale or whatever, the profit was very, very high and very high. Now what is happening? It suddenly increased the load. Suddenly they started increasing the load. Okay, so what is discussed? These are the challenges. Suddenly a lot of people started coming, which is a good thing. So now what is happening is the load on the servers is increasing. So what do? We again procure infrastructure, and what is it again? A lot of expenses, cost is increasing, capital expenditure. And the problem is, well, it may have worked for a few days, but what is the problem after a few days again? If it slows down, in other words, if not a lot of people are coming to your website or shopping website, and what is the problem? Well, in that case, all the infrastructure costs are going to be, they have already spent a lot of infrastructure costs, as simple as that. Okay, what is that? Well, before the cloud, again, that was a solution. Okay, so now after the cloud, for this kind of scenarios, what do you think is the solution, guys? Before the cloud, everybody we were buying infrastructures and things like that. So as a result of that, they were incurring a lot of costs. What do you think is the solution after the cloud came into the picture, guys? What is the change that the cloud has brought in? It's a simple answer, but maybe a confusing question. Load balancing, okay. Okay, but for load balancing, again, you are buying the infrastructure, right? Okay, so after the cloud, come here. You don't need to buy it. Okay, so what is happening before the cloud? For infrastructure, we pay high cost. We need a lot of time planning, and we are taking a chance. We are guessing the future. If we buy a lot of infrastructure thinking the business is going to be good, and what happens if the business is not going to be as expected? Low infrastructure utilization. If you buy a lot of infrastructure and people are not coming to our website or maybe to our store, what will happen? That is low utilization. We have invested a lot of money, again, low utilization. Dedicated infrastructure maintenance team. So in other words, startups are generally low budget. They have small teams and things like that. They cannot hire. If you buy some dedicated infrastructure, they cannot hire people. If they hire, again, their cost will increase because they have to pay their salaries and things like that. Everybody with me so far, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, and let's see what we have. So silver lining in the cloud. How about provisioning resources when you want them and releasing them back when you do not need them? What is that? That is after the cloud. After the cloud, what the cloud gave a chance or an opportunity to the businesses where they don't need to buy the infrastructure. They can just rent them, right? On-demand resource provisioning. Can any one of you think of what is the meaning of on-demand resource provisioning as? What do you think is on-demand? We discussed all these scenarios actually. What do you think is the meaning of that? Only when required. Good answer, Pravalika. Always good answers there. Okay. And what do you think is the meaning of elasticity, guys? Adjusting the size. Very good. When you have more demand, let's say you will rent maybe 10 or 100. Let's say you rented 100 servers, and suddenly the weekdays start. So during the weekends, the demand was very high. And again, during the weekdays, the demand started falling down to maybe 10 servers. Only 10 servers are being used heavily. The other servers are not being used. So what is it? You are increasing the size of your infrastructure and decreasing the size of your infrastructure dynamically. That is called elasticity. Everybody okay with this slide, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so come back here. Advantages, that is what cloud is doing. It's allowing you to run. It's giving you the elasticity. It is also giving you on-demand provisioning again one more time. So the capital expenses for a capital expenditure is reducing. What is the other, the kind of the capital expenditure versus something? The capital expenditure is reduced, but there is another expense. What is that expense called, guys? I'll give you a hand. We incur these expenses on a monthly basis. What is that expense called? Operational expenses. Okay, so operational expenses are okay. They're not very, very high. Capital expenses are very, very high. Now, what is happening? All the businesses are saving. Benefit from massive economies of scale. So again, capital expenditure is very, very, very expensive, guys. Okay, so we don't have to stop guessing, or in other words, we don't have to keep guessing. Will our business be good? Will our business be bad? Because that is not only it is tough. The predictions are not easy, and what can happen is the predictions may not always be correct. Stop spending money and maintaining data centers. What do we mean by stop spending money and running and maintaining data centers, guys? What do you think it means? What do you think was meaning of that? No need to invest again. No need to invest in a data center. If you're setting up your own servers, your own racks, your own clusters, and you're hiring a team, then what you're doing is you're indirectly setting up a data center. You have to take care of it completely. You can go global in minutes. What is that? These are the advantages of cloud. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. In a few minutes, we are creating virtual servers, we are creating physical servers, and we are ready to get on to development and focus on what we are. So in other words, if you're a cricketer, focus on batting and bowling. Don't focus on how to build the stadium. Don't focus on how to build the pitch or the playground. Okay, so that's where Azure is coming. It is one of the leading cloud service providers. It has 200 plus services. Okay, it is reliable. Okay, that's what we are learning as part of this course, guys. It is reliable, secure, and cost effective. Next, cloud applications make use of multiple Azure services. Advisor, machine learning, Cosmos DB, DevOps, these are the things that we are going to be discussing. There is no single path to learn these things, or in other words, we generally learn all these things together, guys, as simple as that. So there is again Azure, portal.azure.com is where we get the free service. You log in, we create the password, verify the email address. For us, because we have the lab, through lab we can go through, we don't need to go through all the steps, but just in case, if the lab access is not available, you can always open your Azure account at portal.azure.com, guys, okay? So back to regions and zones. Imagine your application is deployed in a data center. What are some of the challenges? Well, first challenge is slow access for users from the other parts of the world. In other words, notice London. There is a business which is in London, and they're doing some online shopping, and it is deployed in London. So what happens to the customers who are in US, India, or maybe Australia? Well, the servers are too far away. It's not like you have to walk, but still the distance of the servers, main servers from the other parts of the world is far away. So they may see a latency, high latency or a delay. In other words, the distance is coming into the picture. What if the data center crashes? Health issue. I see. Satish is having health issue. Okay. What if the data center crashes? If the data center crashes in London, then what is going to happen? Your application is going to go down. Okay. So in other words, if we deploy our application At one place, that one place is nothing but region. These are some of the challenges. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Low availability is when your data center goes down, your application is not available. And high latency is other parts of the users in other parts of the world are, by the time the web page loads, it's taking time, and behind the scenes that is coming from slightly far away data center or part of the world. So what is that? That is what is the problem. Now, what can we do? We can add in one more data center in London. Okay, so what would happen? Well, slow access for the other users, for users from other parts of the world. Even if we add another data center in London, the first problem is other parts of the world. People continue to have the same problem. They're getting, because they're far away, the latency is high. Now, what if data center crashes? If one of the data center, for some reason, generally data centers are, they don't go down that often, but if they go down, what happens? Well, we have a backup data center. We can retrieve the data, which is a good one. So that problem is getting solved. What if the entire region of London is unavailable? Let's say in London, there is a huge power cut, or in other words, there's a power cut in the entire city. What happens? Well, both the data centers are down. What is it? That's another challenge or a problem coming up. Everybody okay with the slide? Quick yes, please. Okay, so what do we do? Now we can add a new region. What's a new region? Now we're adding an exact replica of the complete region of London in Mumbai. What would be the challenges? Well, the first challenge is getting solved. Not only can we add a region in Mumbai, we can also add another region in other parts of the world. So if people are in other parts of the world are accessing this application, then they can easily access. The latency is getting, is being addressed, guys. Okay, so the second challenge, application is still alive. If a data center goes down in London, then we have another data center in Mumbai region, in another region. If the complete region goes down also, then also we can get it from another region. What is it? The three problems are getting solved. Everybody okay with the slide? Quick yes, please. Cool. So regions, setting up data centers in different regions around the world, would that be easy? Well, in other words, that is not easy. Again, you need a lot of expertise in setting up a data center region, a lot of expenses, capital expenditure, and things like that. That's what the problem that Azure is solving us. We have about 60 plus regions around the world, and they're adding more and more regions. It is specific to geographical location to host your resources. Many times when we develop a website, rather than if there is a business or a enterprise or a company which is developing an application in India, we can deploy that application starting in India, and then we can maintain multiple backups, multiple regions in other parts of the world. We can be very specific to the geographical location because our business or our company is focusing in the Indian region. Okay, advantages. So the advantage of region is it is giving us high availability. If a data center goes down, or if the entire region is down in one region, then we have a backup of other regions, just like the replication in the world of Hadoop. Low latency, because our application is available in multiple regions. If other users in the world, around the world, are accessing, they're getting low latency, which means low delay, which means high performance. Global footprint, it is always good to have multiple backups, and that's a global footprint. And we can adhere to government regulations. In certain companies or businesses, let's say you take financial companies, the government may have a special kind of regulations which are different in India versus London versus USA. So what can you do? It is also possible for us to handle and take care of such differences. Everybody okay with the slide, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so what is availability zone? Availability zone. In a region, we can have multiple zones. So how to achieve high availability in the same region? So that's where the availability zones come in. Multiple zones in a region, so up to three zones in a region. One or more discrete data centers. In other words, a zone can be thought of as a group of data centers. A region can be thought of as a group of availability zones. Each zone has independent and redundant power, networking, and connectivity. In other words, if a zone goes down, if it is independent of its power, networking, and connectivity components, then if the zones are independent of these components, then what is the advantage? Well, if one zone goes down, the others are not impacted. We're still able to retrieve the data and we're still able to conduct the business. The zones in a region are connected through low latency links, means low delay, which means high performance links, optical fibers, and there are other kinds of things, guys. Okay, increased availability and fault tolerance within the same region. Remember, because if one zone goes down, we can access the data from other zone that is high availability, which means that we are taking care of the fault tolerance. If one of them is at fault, we are able to get the data from others. Surviving the failure of a complete data center. In other words, if one data center is down, then we are still able to survive with another backup one. Not all Azure regions have availability zone. Azure is giving us a lot of regions, lot of zones, but they're unable to, maybe due to certain government regulations and things like that, or maybe due to the infrastructure costs and things like that. Only in certain zones they're giving, certain regions they're giving multiple zones. Everybody okay with the slide, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so notice in US, East US, we have 3 zones, except in West Central US for some reason. Western US, West US, West Central. Maybe that's why not a lot of businesses are coming up and things like that. So that's why they don't have any zones available in that region. But the rest of the region seem to have 3 zones available. And no more zones are getting added. Maybe they will add more in the coming up in the future, guys. Okay, everybody okay with the slide, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so back to virtual machines. We already talked about virtual machines. Just a quick review. In corporate data centers, applications are deployed to physical servers. Again, physical servers means we have access to this. We are like buying the infrastructure, the server. We are installing the operating system and things like that. Okay, where do we deploy the applications in the cloud? So if it is your own company, you will buy the infrastructure, you will deploy it there. But if it is in the cloud, what can we do? We can run the virtual servers. We can run the servers. On the servers, we can create multiple virtual machines, and then we can increase the number of virtual machines. That is nothing but the provisioning and managing the virtual machines. In other words, short and sweet, we don't buy, we are renting it. If you're setting up a company, you don't buy an electricity company. You will rent the company, you'll rent the electricity from the company. Okay. So what can we do? We can create, we can delete, we can add load balancing, we can add scaling. That's what we looked at in the earlier days, the scaling sets, the load balancers. We can attach storage. Storage is nothing but the disk. We can add more storage capacity, more disks. We can manage the network connectivity and configuration. Our goal, set up VM instances as HTTP servers. We can also open virtual machine as a HTTP web server. We can also add the load balancing and the scale set capabilities and things like that. We have seen these things, guys. Okay, everybody with me? Everybody okay with the slide? Quick yes, please. Okay, so now let's say come back here, back to Revati. Are you there? Can you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me see if I can find you here. Yes, Revati, and let me come back here. Today, last week we have created a Windows virtual machine. Today we'll create a Linux virtual machine. So Revati, I'm going to make you the host. Please share your screen. Okay. Made you the host, please, and I will stop my share.
Is it visible, sir?
See, have you clicked on sharing your screen? There you go. Something is coming up. Okay, good. Portal.azure.com. Huh? Have you gone through the lab, or this is your own thing?
Sorry, sir.
Have you gone through the lab, or this is through portal. You directly access portalazure.com?
Oh, no, sir. I have gone through the lab.
This is through lab only, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Okay. Then go ahead and what is the first step to create a virtual machine?
Okay, sir.
Good. As simple as that.
Here we giving resource group.
Okay. You can create a new resource group. What's the name you have? Resource group, what you do is give a meaningful name to the resource group. Let's say something like, just say RG1, so that it just gives us an idea that's resource group 1. Okay.
Okay.
Next, okay. Say my first VM, Revati underscore first VM. _1 VM. Oh, sure. Just say
It doesn't accept, sir.
okay, take out the underscore. Just say Revati VM1. And okay, this time what we'll do is in the image type, we will select
Ubuntu.
Ubuntu 18.0.4 Gen 1. See if you can find 18.0.4 Gen 1. So that
No, sir. We don't have Gen 1, sir.
no, okay, then select Gen 2. Ubuntu server, LTS Gen 1, it should be there. Okay. Let's say click on the region. Click on the region.
Okay.
So what do you think is this region?
East, US, East US.
Simple as that. These are the regions. This is where we can configure the region, guys. Okay. Now let's say select on availability options. No infrastructure redundancy. Now notice availability zone. The first one is physically separate your resources in an Azure region. VM scale set is another one. Availability set, automatically distribute your VMs across multiple fault domains. We're yet to understand what is a fault domain, but availability set is, it is putting across multiple data centers and things like that. So this is where we generally configure. What is availability zone, guys. Okay. Now let's say, okay, we'll leave it no infrastructure redundancy required now for now. And let's say for now, scroll down. V2 8 GB is selected. Okay, we need to create a SSH private key. No. For Linux, we'll use SSH public key. And before that, what I want to do is, okay, click on generate new key pair on the drop down and say generate new key pair. Okay, it's already selected.
Yes, sir.
Okay, scroll down. Name the SSH public key. Give some name. Let's say we'll give Revati underscore or Revati key pay KP1.
Revati key.
KP1.
KP1. Okay.
Oh, you can just say, you can remove the key. So KP means key pair 1 is what we'll do. And then click on the drop down SSH. Okay, do you by any chance remember what is that HTTP 80 is meant for? HTTP 80, what is that meant for?
Don't know, sir.
That is for web server, if you want to. So go ahead and select that. And now click on next. This scroll down. I think we can leave them as it is. Yeah, you can say, okay, standard.
HDD.
Okay, now select, select HDD. Scroll down. Create a new, okay, we don't need this, but this is where we can add the disk. Okay, go to the next networking. RG1 VNet subnet. Okay, right now we'll keep this. Okay, scroll down. Inbound ports, select inbound ports. Okay, looks good. Okay, next. Manage, enable with manage stored account. Okay, scroll down. Scroll down, please. You can go to the next. Scroll down. Custom data, user data. And we are in which tab right now? Scroll down. We can leave the defaults. Scroll up, please. Scroll all the way up. Select a VM application to install. Scroll up all the way up. Advanced. Okay, go to the tags. No need. Click on review plus create. Next one. Okay, now let's say before we created, pricing not available. Oh, okay, pricing is not available. Okay, so basically, if we now go back to our basics, go back to basics one more time, click on basics. And what we can do, guys, scroll down a little bit. If you select a new region and a new availability zone, as you select these two things, what will happen is come back to review plus create, click on review plus create. If you were to come down here, this is because we are in a different subscription model. I think they are not showing the pricing. We will notice the pricing will be getting changed here. It is something to be kept in mind. You make any small change to any of your things, we can come back here and review plus create, and we can see that pricing will be changing for everything. Do you understand that, Revati?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. So now click on create. So now download private key and the resource. So in Linux, for Linux machine, we don't log in. We directly, we kind of connect through SSH, secure socket shell. That's the PEM file. Okay. Now return to create virtual machine.
Can I click this?
Click on that. Deployment, let's give it a moment. Still in progress. Okay. Okay. So if you're noticing, all these are resources. What do you think the resources mean? What do we mean by resources, Revati? Anybody else, guys? What do you think is the meaning of resources? Resource is nothing but the VM. The VM and its components, the hard disk, the RAM, the other kinds of components of a computer which are needed are nothing but they're referred as resources, as simple as that. Are you with me, Revati?
Oh.
You're catching that, Revati? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay. So looks like, okay, let's do this, guys. Let's take a short 5-minute break here and we'll come back. Hopefully deployment will be done. Okay, Revati?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. You leave this screen as it is so that others are just having. Complete. Okay, still take a short 5-minute break and come back, guys. Revati, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. One moment. Okay, so deployment is complete now. In the search box on the top, just type in Revati. Oops, what are you doing?
In
No,
search box.
not in that one. In here. On the top, you see a search, right? Microsoft Azure search.
Okay, sir.
Just type in Revati. One moment, Revati. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So let's see. So now select Revati VM1. So these are all the other things which are getting created behind the scenes. When you create Revati VM1, if you're noticing all that NSG IP, there's an input address, IP address, NSG, which is security, network security groups, and the other components, network interface is getting created. Public IP addresses are all the other components which are getting created, Revati. Are you able to understand that, Revati?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now select Revati VM1 here in the list. Select VM1, not the OS disk. Yeah. Okay, so there is your thing. So now what we'll do is, do you know where we can find the Cloud Shell?
Connect.
Okay. Before you do that, what we'll do is,
Public IP.
no. You can click on by the right hand side of the this one, the search box on the top. You see the first icon, right? That is the Cloud Shell, the greater than. No, on the top there is a search, right? By on the right hand side of it, there is the first icon. Click on that. Click on
Cloud
that.
Shell.
Yeah. Okay, select the bash. And okay, create storage. Oh shoot. Let's see. Let me pull up the black window a little bit above. There is this 3 dots on in the middle. You should be able to expand that one. The console window, you should be able to expand it. If you see in the center, there is 3 dots. If you put on the separator, Revati.
Where, sir?
Exactly on the center, you see storage creation failed. Just look a little bit above it. You should see 3 dots.
Okay.
Yeah. Pull that up. No, pull that. Yeah. Pull the size. Increase the size of that.
No, sir. I should close this.
No. If I want that screenshot. That's why. There you go. You should be able to pull it up. Expand it. I'll take the screenshot and I'll share it to our support team. Ratleda, pike ratleda?
Sir.
One moment.
Sir, can I send it to you WhatsApp?
Send it, buddy. That'll be even more better. It's not coming up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got it. I pull up.
Raval Revati, there you go.
Okay, wait.
There you go, because we'll be doing that. Okay. Have you sent it to me, buddy?
No, sir, I'm sending now.
Okay. Okay. Acha, you took it like this, or not like this, buddy. Let me come back here. Do one thing. See if you're able to select that whole thing and do a copy of that error message. Copied that up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now copy it and first paste it in your notepad. Notepad. Paste it there. Make sure you got the complete thing. So that is error. Console 5 advanced settings. And let's see. You can go to format.
Where's?
Okay.
Okay,
First-
I'm saving this file.
Yeah. And are you able to do this? Share it with me. Can you send it on the chat window? I think there's an option to send a file.
Yes, sir.
See if you can send that file.
So not pasting in chat box, sir.
It's not about pasting. If you see, there's an option to attach a file there. Let's say click on, there's a file-like icon. It says from my Dropbox, so it doesn't give you option for the computer, I think. Okay. So are you able to send me in a WhatsApp or maybe send it to Ganesh? Ganesh, is it you who sent me a message just now on WhatsApp?
No, sir, Subbu.
Subbu, send it to Subbu. Subbu will WhatsApp me. Have you sent it, everything?
Sir, actually, I don't have WhatsApp, sir. I'm using company lab, sir.
Kadu,
So
WhatsApp.
I'm unable to paste.
From your email, if you can send it to Subbu, or from your email, see if you can send it to me directly.
I didn't got any mail from Subbu, sir.
నువ్వు నాకు పంపించమ్మా, నాకు కానీ సుబ్బుకు కానీ పంపించు.
Okay, sir. Sir, my mail, sir.
Let me see, I'll give you my lab email. Send this to me. Yeah, let me see, where is it? Okay, I'm putting it in the chat window. This is my lab one. Okay, here we go. Send that to the Gmail. Sent.
The attachment are still loading, sir.
Please wait a sec.
I have sent, sir.
So I come here, back here, and back here, back here. Say that is Revati. Okay, thank you, Revati. Let me click on this one. I want to send it to Lakshmi. Say text data. We'll have our lab guys look into this one. Back to Lakshmi. Here we go. Let's see. Okay. Copy this one. Okay. Okay, that is sent, that is taken care of. Hopefully we'll hear something and let's see what else can be done in the meantime. Let me come back here. I guess we'll need to wait for that to be fixed and taken care. Let me save this one, close this one. And give me one moment, Revati.
Okay, sir. To execute.
take this one. Jinx. Second VM, okay. Even if you create a second VM, we'll run into the same issue. Here we go. Let me come here. This is here. Increasing availability. Okay, I'm going to be sharing my screen, Revati. You can stop sharing your screen for a moment.
Okay, sir.
Say this is version 2. Let me come back here. Come back here, sharing the screen. Let's give it a moment. Okay. Let's dig a little bit deep and so let's see Azure virtual machine image. Image is what is the image we are choosing, as we can either image is where we are choosing more precisely the operating system, whether it is Windows or Linux. We've already successfully created the Windows one, but it looks like we're having some issue. And Lakshmi is coordinating with our labs folks. The next one is VM family. VM family is where we choose the size of whether it's a general purpose server or a memory optimized or especially for storage. We'll see that in a moment. Next, VM size is the size of the hardware. Okay, VM size is the hardware. VM family is whether it's a general purpose computer or a memory optimized computer for more for memory intense purposes. So sometimes we create the virtual machines which are memory where we need to perform some heavy computations and things like that. The computations happen heavily on memory. In other words, they happen in the RAM or the memory. So that's where we need these memory optimized machines. We'll see that. Next, the GPU is where we need a lot of graphical processing to be done. HPC stands for high performance computing. That's also a lot of computing power and things like that, the big data and things like that. And the VM size is the size of the virtual machines, whether it is B1S, B2S, and things like that. Next, the disk is nothing but the disk, whether you want one disk or multiple disks is what it is, guys. Okay. So to understand this one, Revati, again, share your screen for a quick moment, please. I'm stopping my share.
Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Not yet, Revati. Yeah.
Okay.
So now click on close. And now what you do is scroll up in this one. We're in the properties. Okay. So this is Revati VM1, and what we want is, so let me go to the image. So in other words, why don't you click on creating another new virtual machine? Let's say go back to the search on the top. Just say virtual machines, select the virtual machines there below. Click on create virtual machine. And then just scroll down. In the create resource group, select the same resource group. No, not create. You don't need to. Click on the resource group. There is the, you already created. Select that.
RG1.
Let's select that one. Instance details say, I think you gave Revati VM1, right? Create Revati VM2, just to be consistent. Revati VM2. And what are we talking about here? We're talking about image. So now if you look at the image, that is where, click on that one. So this is where all the different kinds of operating systems can be chosen. That can be Ubuntu, that can Linux operating system, or maybe a Windows, and different versions are here. You understand that, Revati?
Yes, sir.
Next one is VM family. So for VM family, scroll down a little bit. Click on select all sizes. Select all sizes. Now notice B2MS, the family, notice the family, it says general purpose. You see that?
Yes, sir. B2M is general purpose.
Now expand B series. Expand B series. And notice it says general purpose. Expand the below ones. Unsupported, scroll down. Expand. I think it is not showing a lot of them here.
D3 V2, sir.
They're all showing general purpose. Where you see general purpose, you will see other kinds of things. You will see GPU, you will see HPC, you will also see memory optimized and things like that. That is nothing but the family. vCPUs, how many CPUs you want, RAM is how much RAM you want, data disk is how many disks you want. IOPS is more of a read and write related stuff. Temporary storage is, again, temporary storage. It's just used internally. Premium disk, again, whether you want to use a premium disk or not is what it is. You're understanding that, Revati?
Yes, sir.
Everybody else following that, guys? Everybody else understanding, following? Can you give me a quick yes, please? If everybody is doing okay, we are just understanding some of the important attributes at the time of creating virtual machines, because most of the times you are creating virtual machines at your level, guys. Okay. Now clear this. So now what we'll do, you can close that. Click on next. Close this one.
B2MS.
You just close this one. It will select whatever is the default. Now see all sizes, then SSH public key. Okay, scroll down. And we have already created key pair name is Revati VM2. No, not generate a new key pair. Select an existing where it says SSH public key source. Yeah. Use existing key stored in. I think we key stored in Azure. Just select the one stored in Azure.
Okay, sir.
You need to select a key. So this is where we were not able to upload our key. So, okay, then select create a new one.
Here, sir.
No. Go back to the same one. Click on the drop down. Say generate a new key pair. And now name this say Revati KP2. KP2, scroll down. And open up the AT and SSH2. And one thing I want you to manually remember, guys, HTTP AT. Generally, what we do is we would like to deploy some web applications and things like that. In such cases, we need to install a web server on our virtual machine. Once a web server is installed, we are able to access the web applications on this web server. So that is what we are going to do, and that's where we got stuck because of the primary key. Hopefully, our guys will resolve that one. So HTTP AT, remember, if we want to install web applications, we need to install web server. So we choose AT. SSH is where we are secure socket shell. Generally, most of the time, and for Windows, you will have RDP. You remote into it and you try to do access the complete GUI. Whereas here we try to do everything in the command line. We try to type in the commands and things like that. So that's what we are trying to do. That's what the SSH port number 22 is for. Everybody catching that, guys? Quick yes, please. Revati, are you understanding that?
Yes, sir.
And we'll do a lab of that. Now click on next disk. And now when you see next disk, now this is where, scroll down, this is where we are configuring the disk. Premium SSD, whether encryption is needed, encryption is not needed. Then scroll down a little bit. We can add more disks. We will not add it now. Click on advanced. Scroll down. We need to understand managed disk and ephemeral. Managed disk means the disks are managed by the Azure. There is something called managed. There is some, the opposite of that is self-managed. Self-managed is something where you want to manage. Most of the time we don't do that. You keep that as you leave it to Azure, the cloud guys, so that they are managing and things like that, guys. You don't really manage that. That is somewhere we, what is this about? Okay, so now leave it, keep it there, and let me share my screen one more time. Share it. Okay, there you go. Attach virtual disk. So that is the disk part of it. VM size we have seen. 2 CPUs, GB RAM. VM family is, we have seen what is VM family. Okay, everybody okay with the slide? Quick yes, please. Okay. Next one is availability. What is availability? Are the applications available when the users need them? Percentage of time an application provides the operations expected of it. Okay, 99.99% availability, also called 4 nines. We have 5 nines here and 3 nines and 1 5 there. So when people, or in an IT world, in a cloud world, when they say 99.95% availability, that means there is a chance, it is not a guarantee, there is a chance 22 minutes it will not be available. Which means that's high, that itself is high availability. 99.99% means 4 nines availability means 4.5 minutes. The chances are that they will not be available. Okay, then we have 5 nines means 26 seconds, it may not be available. Achieving finances tough. So that is again for very, very highly mission critical applications and things like that. There are ways to take care of that. There are alternative ways to take care of that. So that is what is availability. Availability is how much time the application is available. Something you need to manually keep in mind means 4 nines is 4.5 minutes. There is a chance that it might not be available. 5 nines means there is a chance 26 seconds it might not be available is what it means. And how much is that? That is in a month. So in other words, these are generally very high. They use some good servers, racks and things like that. They don't see a reason why they will go down or anything like that. Sometimes for maintenance reasons, they may bring it down and things like that. That's a separate one. But by themselves failing and things like that is very rare. Are you understanding? Are you catching that, Revati? Okay. Single instance VM. So we can use SSD, premium SSD or HDD, managed disk. Again, notice premium gives you 99.9%. Standard SSD and HDD give you 99.5 and 95%. You don't need to by heart them, but just be aware of them, guys. Okay. 2 or more instances in same availability set. That's again 99.95%. In other words, generally what we do is a workaround to make our application available is we provide more instances. You don't create one virtual machine, you create two virtual machines. If one goes down, we have a backup as another one. Okay, that is what is meant by two or more instances. Availability set is a logical grouping of virtual machines. So this is where we have fault domain and update domain. Fault domain, group of VMs sharing a common power source and network switch. In other words, virtual machines have the same power and the network switch. That is referred as fault domain. So if the power goes down, both of them are down. Update domain is group of VMs that are rebooted at the same time. Okay, so in other words, they're rebooted at the same time. If at all you need to reboot one, the other is getting rebooted at the same time. That is update domain. Just something to be familiar with, guys. Okay. Okay, and then two or more instances in two or more availability zones. So in other words, to get the 4.9 availability, most of the times what they do is they provide multiple instances of the VMs. They don't provide one VM with high availability. Rather, they provide two or more VMs. Guys, create multiple instances in multiple zones if you want high availability. Is like a shortcut to get 4.9 availability. Catching it, guys? Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Okay. Oops. Like here. Okay, bring this up. Then we briefly discussed about the scale sets. How do we simplify creation and management of multiple VMs? That's where the scale sets come to our rescue. In other words, scale sets is where we have, if you want to create tens and tens of virtual machines instead of creating manually, you create a scale set and say, I want 10 or I want 20 of them, or maybe I want 100, 1,000 of them. And that's what scale sets do. They will scale your virtual machine. So you don't have to do it manually. The Azure cloud is automatically taking care of it. If you tell it scale set, they allow you to create and manage a group of virtual machines, and they provide high availability to your application. So that's another alternative to make the application highly available. You can create them in multiple zones, multiple regions, and scale sets. You can also add a load balancer. We briefly discussed about the load balancer. Load balancer is something inside. It is not about making multiple VMs, but it is distributing the requests equally to different virtual machines. That's what it does. Distribute VM instances across multiple Azure zones. That is again part of the skill set. Support manual scaling and auto scaling. So there is something called manual and automatic. You are leaving auto scaling is where you're asking the Azure service provider, cloud provider, to scale it automatically. We can also do that manually. So you can build. So the advantages, you can build thousands of virtual machines at one time, if at all we have a need like that. Okay, and those are generally very highly mission critical applications and things like that. That's where we come across things like that. Okay, this is also will briefly look once that error is fixed. And let's see, everybody okay with the slide, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, Azure virtual machines again, static IP address. So these are when we create a virtual machine behind the scenes, what can we do? There's a static IP address which is getting created by default. We can also, no, by default, I think a dynamic IP address gets created. What we can do is we can assign a fixed IP. So every time we start or stop our virtual machine, the IP address is the same. And in order to test it also, we'll need to, we will see that in a bit. So a public and a private IP address also gets assigned when we create a virtual machine. Azure monitoring is where we can monitor a virtual machine, what is going on in the virtual machine, what is the threshold, different kinds of metrics and things like that. Dedicated host is where we don't want to create a virtual machine, but we want the complete physical server dedicated to us. Remember, dedicated physical server is where we have a group of stores where we are saying public is generally a group of stores are sharing the same floor, whereas a floor which is not being shared by all of them, but It is just dedicated to one store, is what is dedicated. Create cheaper temporary instances for non-critical workloads. The Azure Spot instances is where there is not much of guarantee. Azure Cloud Service Provider does not provide guarantee, but he's saying, hey, in case you do not have something very critical, mission critical, you can also choose Azure Spot instances. Okay, so let me see. I'll stop my sharing here. Back to Revati. Can you share your screen again?
Yes, sir.
And let's say go back to the basics. Scroll down and click on the help, which is info part of it. Azure Spot instance. On the right hand side, there's an I, right?
Yes, sir.
I, not the checkbox. I means info. On the right hand side of Azure Spot instance, you see a small icon.
Yes, sir.
There it is. Unused Azure capacity at a discounted rate versus pay as you go. In other words, these are unused servers of Azure Cloud and they are available at a discount rate. The workload should be tolerant to infrastructure loss, or Azure may recall capacity for pay as you go. In other words, these are like commodity servers, putting it simply, that we discussed in the world of Hadoop. That is what is Azure Spot instance. So click on the checkbox now. That is the Azure Spot instance. Another thing I want to quickly show you is, let's say come back here. Skill sets, we need to create that, and premium, we discussed it. Reserve compute. I think this is where the disks are there, premium SSD. Reserve compute, I don't think we need to put that now. Reserve VM instances, okay, that I think comes under reservation. Let me see. Go back here. Machine. Availability set. Okay. So now, while you're here, scroll up a little bit. Scroll up a little bit, and where there is availability in the field availability option, select that and click on automatically. If you uncheck your click on availability zone, select the first one. Okay, so notice as we select that, the value must not be empty. Okay, select that. Click on that. So it gives us select zone 1. It's only giving one, but ideally it will give multiple. What you do is uncheck that Azure Spot instance. Azure, uncheck that. Scroll up a little bit. And now what you do, back to availability zone, click on that. No, the above one. Select, let's say, virtual machine scale set. So this is where it is allowing us to create a scale set. Click on create new. Create, you will be redirect. Okay, no, click on cancel. We'll not look at that right now. We'll again later come back. And now back to availability options, back to there. Select availability set. So now notice, click. Did you select that?
Yes, sir. Available skill
Okay.
set.
So in the drop down, see if it's giving anything. No, right? Click on create new.
No availability item, sir.
Click on create new. No, in the same one. There's a create
No.
new.
Okay.
Okay. So now notice fall domains and update domains. We can update. Just give some name. Say Revati AI availability set 1. You say.
Revati AI, sir.
Yes, say availability AV set 1.
AV set 1.
And now let's say reduce the fault domains or increase the fault domains and update domains.
Fault domains increase, sir.
Yeah. I think it's not allowing us, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think they're disabled, but this is what is availability set, guys. We can configure something called fault domain and update domain. These options are there. You don't have to be perfect. Generally, we can select the defaults. I mean, these are generally configured by the high-level administrators or the architects and things like that, but just have an idea. Close this one, Revati. Click on, you say, click on OK. Yeah, no. Oh, shoot. Okay, go back to the availability options. Select the first one, no infrastructure redundancy required. Yeah. Okay, so that is about the availability set. Then let's see. Okay, in the top search box, type in virtual machine skill set and create a virtual machine skill set.
They're getting like this, sir. Sir,
No, I think you created a virtual machine. I said, go click on cancel again and type in virtual machine skill set. See the first icon, virtual machine skill set. The second one, click on OK. Yeah, create one. In the resource group, no. So select the existing one, RG1. Give a name, Revati VM scale set 1, or just say Revati scale set 1. Then come to the availability zone and select the 3 zones. Now it gives us 3 zones when we do it from here. Okay, scroll down. Then select Ubuntu server. I think that is the default. You can leave it there. Then again, okay, you can leave the size as default. SSH public key. Again, we need the key here. We'll not be able to. So for now, click on generate New key pair.
Already there, sir.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's there. Yeah, click on, I think it'll ask you to scroll down.
That's it. Also.
Go to the next. Orchestration mode. Wait, are you on the disk? Scroll down here. Go to advanced. Use manage disk. Scroll down, please. How come I'm not seeing your entire screen here? One moment. The screen. Okay. And I think that should be okay. Go to the networking. Scroll down. So there is the click on that pencil icon. This is the networking interface card. So notice it says NIC. Oops.
Yes, sir.
Click on close this one. So notice it says it enables an Azure virtual machine to communicate with the internet, Azure, and on-premises resources. A VM can have one or more network interfaces. That is what is an NIC, guys. It is allowing the communication between this VM to the rest of the world is one way to think of it. Click on edit. And here, if you scroll down, again, select allow selected ports. The first one, NIC, will be basic. And here, click on the drop down. Select 80 and 22. Generally, most of the time, you'll be selecting these two, guys. Okay, then scroll down and notice there is something called a public IP address, guys. It is by default disabled, which means you will not be able to access it from the internet. This is something you need to remember. So click on enable for the public IP. Okay. And I think, yeah, go to the next one.
Okay, sir.
Click on OK. So next, go to scaling. Scroll down. So initial instance count is 2, okay. Then scaling policy, let me see. Do a custom, click on custom. Minimum number of instances 1, right? And I think that is default. 10 is default. Scroll down. Scroll down. We can increase the CPU, but that's okay. Scaling policy, balance across availability zones. Click on the drop down. No, drop down below. Yeah. So we have newest VM, balance across availability zones and fault domains, then delete the VM. Newest VM, balance across availability. Okay, these are some specific things, guys. We can really leave the default here, but scroll up a little bit. There is an option for load balance here. Scroll up. Isn't there an option for load balancing?
No, sir. In networking is there, sir, load balance.
Go back to networking. Go back to previous, yeah. So that will save it. And load balancing.
Here we have, sir.
Yes, click on that one. Scroll down. Load balancing settings. So Azure load balancer. And so let's select each drop down. First start with Azure load balancer. Yeah, we can leave it to the load balancer gateway. We'll come back later. And go to the next drop down. This is standard load balancer. And okay, don't select anything. Just leave the default. Next, BE pool. Yeah. So again, backend pool. This is nothing but It is going to internally load balance the requests, distribute the request to each of the virtual machines. We have discussed this one, guys. Okay. So next, go to the scaling. Scaling, we have done it. Yeah, go to next, management. Scroll down. Existence manually upgraded. Enable with managed storage account, system assigned, login with Azure AD. Okay, scroll down. Enable over provision. Scroll down. Okay, next go to health. Application, okay, that's okay. Go to the advanced. And scroll down. Custom data. So this is where we will put some script once our permission, once that problem is taken care of. I'm just waiting for that. And ideally we will deploy it. But for now, let me see if there's any update here. Okay. Okay, Sentinel one. Okay, let's see where you are. So we'll leave this here and let me see where I am. Okay, here. So that is the scale sets, and then we'll access that one. That's what I wanted to load balance. Okay, we don't need to do that one. Scaling. Load balance. Oh boy. Okay, let's do this. Go ahead and review, do a review and create.
The tags.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be filling anything. You can leave it as it is. Go to next.
Failed, sir.
Click on that arrow. I think resource was disallowed policy. And go to click on the raw error. By the side of summary, there is a raw error. By the side of the summary. Invalid template. Template deployment because of, please see the details. Scroll down. Scroll down. Keep going down. Keep going down. So while we are looking at this, guys, if you look at this, the syntax of this error, Revati, what
Yes.
kind of an object do you think does this look like? Start from the top, look at this object that this error is looking like, and does it look like any object to you?
Because of policy violation.
No. What kind of an object does this syntax look like to you? Anybody guys? It's a dictionary object. It's more precisely a dictionary of complex objects, a dictionary of dictionaries. So this is called JSON, JavaScript object notation. Code here is the key. Invalid template deployment is a coffee cup or a string object. But notice details. Details is the key. It has a list, and that list has a dictionary. That list can have a group of dictionaries and each dictionary again. So this is called JavaScript object notation JSON. So this is a slightly complex example. We'll look at a much more simple one and try to understand that one. But that is called JSON, guys. This is a JSON format, and this is also an example of semi-structured data. Okay, guys. Okay, so now click here to all this one. So let's see, what did we not do? Download a template for automation. Click on that right hand side arrow where it says validation failed. On the right arrow.
Sir.
Right arrow. Yeah. Have you clicked?
Yes, sir.
It's not going.
Yeah, it's already giving no, sir, summary.
Is there what? Oh, okay. Click on closer. Close the summary. And again, one more time, click on the right arrow. Closer. Let's see. Generally, it gives indicator. Scroll down, please. Scroll down. Free on and off. Scroll down, please. Keep going down. Okay. So somewhere, go back to the basics. Click on the basics tab, not like that. And let's see, scroll down one after one. Let's review what we did. Console 5. And that is Revati scale set 1. Zones 1, 2, 3. Okay, looks good. Scroll down. Orchestration, we have used uniform. Optimize for large scale stateless. Achieve high availability. Okay, security with standard. Scroll down. SSH public key. Have we downloaded the public key?
Yes, sir. From previous one, sir.
Scroll
For
down.
not scale sets.
Generate Revati VM underscore key, you are saying. We have not downloaded this one. Click
Yes,
on
sir.
next.
From previous one we download, sir.
Go to the disks. Premium SSD, default encryption. Okay. Keep going down. Selected images too large for the OS cache and temp disk. Okay. Next. Create virtual network. Select the drop down. Select RG1, which is recommended. Okay, I think
Yes, sir.
RG1 VNet.
No, sir. It is like recommended, sir, this one only.
Gotcha. Okay. Scroll down. Network interface we have edited. We have created public. Accelerated is not required. And load balancing. Scroll down, please. Use the load balancer.
Yes, sir.
Scroll down. So there is the, okay, back and pull. Okay, next scaling. Down. Diagnostic logs down. Scale and policy. Okay. Management. Existing instances must be manually upgraded. Okay, looks good. I don't need AD. Scroll down. Yes. Okay. Health. Next. And force restrict even balance across zones. Okay, scroll down. Keep going down. Enable user data, capacity reservations. No proximity placement groups found. Not necessary. Okay, next. Next. Let's give it a moment. Validation failed again. Okay. share the cloud services needed, we will get this activated. List of services, instances, dependency, resources, and required. Oh. Scale set and cloud shell. Okay, send that. Back to skill set and cloud shell. Okay. So, okay, let's do this, guys. Okay, let's do this, guys. It's 1:10. Let's give some time to our folks and see if they'll come back. And we'll step out for a quick lunch and we'll come back, guys. Everybody okay with that? Revati, you can stop the screen.
Okay, sir.
Let's take a break till 2 p.m. and come back, guys. Thank you. Okay, guys, are you back? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, great. Thank you, guys. Sorry about that. I was on the call with support team. So just give me one moment here. Revati, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you go ahead and share your screen, please? And I think, so what we'll do is, we need to, can you right click on the micro on home and do an open link on new tab? We'll keep this one like this for a moment. Click on, right click on that one, do an open in new tab. And now go back to Revati VM1. And now click on connect. Click on SSH. chmod. Okay, now click on the PowerShell. Just-in-time access on. Do one thing, click on the just-in-time. On the top, you see that right arrow, right? Click on that one. Okay, to improve security, proximity group. Can you do a click on back or close this one and you'll automatically. Oh, wait. Scroll up, please, one more time. Scroll up. All the way up. Just in time, upgrade your security center subscription to enable a just-in-time access. Really? Okay, close this one. And what happened? It closed down. Go back to Revati VM, VM1. And now click on the PowerShell icon. I'm sorry, the Cloud Shell, yeah. Bash. Say Cloud Shell requires an Azure file share to persist file. This will create a new storage for you and this will, oh. Click on Show Advanced Settings. Storage account, create new. Is the use existing enabled in the storage account? Is that enabled? Or is that disabled? Under storage account, there is a star storage account, right? That's not enabled. Huh?
Use existing?
Yeah.
No.
That's not enabled. Okay. Click on close. Oh, one more time. Open Cloud Shell. And click on Bash. Create storage. Looks like that is not taken care of. Just makes sense. Let's see. Back here, let me see if I can do something. So let's see. I guess we will need to wait on that. So in the meantime, let me take this. Let's see where we are. Static IP address, dedicated hosts. Discussed about this. And here is virtual machines. More features, Azure monitoring. One moment, please. Azure monitoring and dedicated hosts. I'm going to share my screen until our team comes up here. And let's see. 44. One. Here we go. Okay. Bringing up my screen. And let me do, you keep it like that, Revati. I will share my screen here for a moment.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. So sharing. Okay, so static IP address. Assign a fixed IP address to your VM. Public IP address are changed. Okay, this I wanted to show you. We'll have for this one, but I guess we'll wait because we need to be able to connect to our Linux machine. Azure monitoring, we'll see. Dedicated hosts again are expensive servers. Pod instances are the cheap ones that we just discussed. The commodity servers, like the commodity servers, there is no guarantee and things like that. Reserve compute instances ahead of time. So that is again, we can reserve them. We'll see what that means. And see, come here. The next one is here we go. Virtual machine scale sets. We just talked about it. Next one is here. We just talked. Availability, scalability. Okay. Okay, let me bring this up. Sharing again. Here we go. This is the complete availability. This is what we just did. Okay. Availability and scalability, guys. Okay. So generally, some good things to be kept in mind is availability. Are the applications available when your users need them? Availability sets and scale sets are coming to rescue. In other words, if we have one application and it is running in a London data center, what we are doing is we are making it running in multiple data centers and multiple zones. That is what is the availability sets is about. It is about making an application run in multiple zones and multiple data centers and also multiple regions. Scale sets is where we take one application, we create multiple VMs available of the same. Now we take one virtual machine with our application installed, and scale set is providing multiple. If you want even hundreds or thousands of them also, scale set is capable of providing, guys. Okay, that's about availability. In other words, availability set and scale set are helping us in availability, scalability. We can also handle a growth in users, traffic, or data science, the data size without any drop in performance. So how many users are there? And as the traffic increases in the future, as our data science, as the data size is increasing or decreasing, we're able to handle that one using the scale sets and load balances. Load balances is balancing the request. Scale sets we just discussed. VM size is where we configure the hard disk size, the general purpose based on the compute and other things, guys. Okay. So vertical scaling is deploying application database to bigger instance. In other words, we have a small server. We are increasing the size of it. Think of it as if we are increasing the size of it, which means maybe we are increasing the hard drive, maybe we are getting a higher CPU, adding more RAM, adding more components of that one. What is it that is making a server more powerful? That is called vertical scaling. It is just a single one. We can increase the VM size, and that is nothing but automatic scaling, or vertical scaling is what it is, guys. Okay. And let me, everybody okay with this slide, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. Then we have horizontal scaling. It is about deploying multiple instances of application or database. In other words, we have one VM. What we are doing is we are adding multiple VMs rather than increasing the size. So in the world of Hadoop, generally what we do is we do horizontal scaling. We don't increase the power of one server or one computer because it can get very, very expensive. And there is always a limit on the vertical scaling. In horizontal scaling, there is not much limit. What we can do is you can add as many servers as possible. And some framework, most of the times it is Hadoop framework in the world of big data, which comes to a rescue. And no matter how many servers you have, 10, 100,000 or 10,000, it is able to handle it. Whereas with vertical scaling, it has limits. There is limit how much CPU we can add, how much RAM we can add, and how much other components we can add. Vertical scaling can also be very expensive. Horizontal scaling increases availability. In other words, horizontal can be cheap. For example, the world of Hadoop, big data, and Spark is nothing but we are doing horizontal scaling. We're increasing the power of all our cluster, the data center, with keeping the cost low. It is automatically taking care of all these things internally, guys. Okay. Just my screen here. Okay. The next one is horizontal scaling needs additional infrastructure. So that's where the scaling sets and the load balancers are again the process of horizontal scaling. In a scale set, what we are doing is we add more and more VMs. As you add more and more virtual machines, what you're doing is that is nothing but horizontal scaling. Even in load balancers, we can scale them. That is also nothing but horizontal scaling. Okay, so again, coming back here, resilience. We have discussed about availability, scalability. Resilience is the ability of system to provide acceptable behavior even when one or more parts of the system fail. That is also what the scale sets and load balancers are coming to a rescue. Okay, if one of the system fails, the VM fails, or anything fails, what is happening is another VM is automatically picking it up and handling it. That is called resilience. It's nothing but like a fault tolerance. Geo distribution is distributing the application across regions and zones. Okay, we are taking our VM or application in the VM. We are distributing, we are sprinkling it across zones and regions. Disaster recovery is how to keep your system running in the face of disasters, which is site recovery. So suddenly there's a huge power cut in the entire city or in the entire town, and almost the power is unavailable. The generators are down, everything is down and things like that. What is that? That's a disaster recovery. So what do we do? How do you handle it? Maybe at that time we can get our data from a different region. A geographically different region is what it is, guys. Okay, that is what is disaster recovery. And say, come back here, bring this up. Then let's say, come back here. Okay, then we have, okay. Back here, Zoom calls. Managing the cost. We want to keep the cost low. Auto scaling, elasticity, reservations, and spot instances. So spot instances are nothing but they are like our commodity servers. Reservations will have located. Elasticity is auto scaling. Auto scaling is also handled by scale sets in a way. When we can configure the scale sets in such a way when the CPU threshold is more than 70% or 80%, it is automatically scaling up and bringing it up. Similarly, the capacity goes down by, let's say, to 30% or less than 30%, where automatically the cloud is scaling it down. Scaling out versus scaling down is what we can think of. Securing the VMs, that's where we can take dedicated servers. So when businesses take dedicated servers, they're very expensive. In other words, even on the cloud also, that becomes much more expensive than renting a VM or renting a physical server is what it is, guys. But if there are certain, again, most of the times it's financial. If you're in a financial domain, the security becomes more and more important for the data. So what do we do? What do they do? Even if the cost is high, they don't care. They will like to go ahead and have that as a dedicated host or a dedicated server for them. Everybody okay with this slide, guys? Quick yes, please. So now what we'll do, I'm going to stop this for one moment. Let me make a small change here. I'm going to duplicate this one. Put this here. Copy this one. Paste this one. Put this here. Put this here. Paste it here. Paste it here. Next. Go to the next one. And we can reduce the size of this. Or this one. Okay, then duplicate this. It's going to be the third one. Duplicate this. It's going to be this fourth one. Okay, let's duplicate this. Delete this. And let's say put this one where it is. Okay, start here. Scale sets. Let me bring this up and share it again. Okay, guys. So now take a look at this one, guys. If we want to automatically scale up and scale down, what do you think is the solution, guys? Slightly tough question, but at this stage, you should be able to try to give an answer. If we want to automatically scale up or scale down, what is the concept we've been discussing? Scalability. What were the components that we were using with Divya? That is scale set. Okay. How can we protect the VMs from data center failures? What is our plan if a data center fails? What do we do? What were we discussing? And if the availability zones fail, what do we do? If the zones fail, what do we do? Regions, good. Okay, deploy them into multiple zones is what it is. How much availability do you get by deploying 2 or more VM instances in 2 or more zones in the same region? Tough question. Is it like 4 nines or 5 nines is a hitch? I think 4 nines is 24.5 minutes and 5 nines is 22 seconds or something like that. 99.95. We get 4 nines. It is actually 4 nines is the, which means that's about 4.5 minutes only downtime we are looking at, which is pretty reasonable. How can we perform disaster recovery for your VMs? This is a tough question. Disaster recovery is completely. Completely the data center and everything is down. Yeah, I think that's that might be confusing you. I think site recovery is what it is called. We are doing a site recovery. How can we reduce costs for our VMs? Oh, it's a deep one, tough one. If we want to reduce the cost for virtual machines, can you take a guess, guys? We haven't discussed much about it, but let's say we just gave a quick hint or a look at it. Okay, so there is auto scaling. If the traffic is increasing, we are increasing. If the traffic is decreasing, we are auto scaling. We are also using commodity instances, which is nothing but the spot instances, and cost varies from region to region. So we can look up the region in which region the VM is more expensive versus in which region the VM is less expensive, and we can go ahead and come up with that. Everybody okay with this slide, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, so next come here. That is region. So pricing calculator. Okay. Here's another one. Let me bring this up. And we'll put this here. Okay. This one, this here. So this. And this one, get rid of this one. Let me bring this up. Okay. Resume this one. Okay, so now take a look at this, guys. If we stop a virtual machine, do you think we are getting billed, guys? I think we briefly discussed about this scenario in the last week. If we stop a virtual machine, do you think we are getting billed? So something I will ask you manually to remember is, yes, for the disk and the things like that, we are billed is what it is. Here what our folks are doing is by 8 p.m. in the night, if you recall, they're automatically deleting all the resources, so we are okay. But in a real world, we need to have an idea. If we create a virtual machine, generally virtual machines, all these policies may be done at a slightly higher level, but it's always a good idea to create, when you create a virtual machine, if you stop or delete it, we need to go back and delete the disk resource also, guys, okay? Will two VMs of the same size always cost the same? That's a slightly confusing question. Do you think two virtual machines? And why do you say no, guys? Why do two virtual machines of the same size will not cost the same? Can you think of a reason? Based on it, no. Size is same, storage is same, CPU is same, everything is same. You did not even go till the usage. Niharika, you just created them, you're about to use them. There you go. It is about the regions. Prices change with time. Prices also depend on the different regions and things like that. Okay. How can you know who performed a specific action? Okay. We did not discuss much about it, but let's say that will be the logs. Activity logs, they are kept for 98 days, guys. Okay. And let's say as for storage, site recovery. Okay. Now what I want to do is, Revati, get back on the screen, please. Okay, close this one. Click on close. Now we're on now on the left hand side. If you click on, let us say, click on activity log, the second option on the left hand side. So now notice here. Now notice what did we do? Here are the things which we have done with our virtual machine. Everything and anything that we do with our virtual machine, what is happening is it is getting logged here. So create or update VM, click on that one. So that was done by Revati VM. That is the summary. You created it. That's your email. JSON, click on JSON. That's a complete JSON. I think request is probably what it is. You don't need to worry, but I'm just showing you. Click on change history. This is also just an FYI. Don't think we'll do much with this one, but this is the activity log and change. Okay, we don't need this. Close. You can close that. And now click on the next one, health event result on in the activity log. Click on that. And so health event. So that is health event result means again behind the scenes, this is a logging being done by the Azure. Not only it is logging what we do. So after a few days, maybe when we work with multiple steps and things like that, for each of the VM, for each of the resource, we should be able to look our log here, guys. Okay. Next, what you do is click on networking on the left hand side. So scroll down a little bit. So input port rules, we have opened up the port 22 and 80 manually. Notice on the right hand side, it is green color, allow and allow. That means we are allowing. These are referred as inbound. That means we should be, once our Cloud Shell issue is fixed, we should be able to access the web applications on this server. We also should be able to do an SSH onto this one. Okay. So just one more time, for the sake of discipline, Revati, click on the Cloud Shell, please. Click on Bash. Create storage. I'm surprised. Okay. Okay, close this. So next, on the left-hand side, click on Connect. So we can use SSH. These were some of the steps we are about to do. Scroll down on the right-hand side. So notice what we are going to be doing is once they allow the access, scroll up, please. The first step is we can use PuTTY or we can use the Cloud Shell. Then the second step is chmod 400. That's where we will give the read-only access to our private key, which we will upload. Okay. Provide a path to your SSH private key. So okay, that is what we will upload. That path will be there. And then the fourth step is we will SSH. That's where we are doing logging in, and that's where our private key is getting used by the Cloud Shell is what it is about, guys. Okay. But okay, we'll try to execute these things. RDP, we don't need that. And on the left-hand side, click on disk, please. So swap OS disk, refresh, and additional settings, save, discard. So this is the disk which is created, which was a HDD. Size is 30 GB. Scroll down, please. If you have multiple disks, I think we'll be given multiple options here. But since we have only one disk, we don't have anything. That is the disk, just the hard disk part of it. Then click on the size, please. So this is where we should be able to upgrade. So these are the different sizes. So let's say we choose any other one. I think we are given only the general purpose ones here. We can add the filters, we can search and things like that. If you want to scale up, that is what is called scale up, folks. Okay. Next, security. I think this is all about Active Directory. We haven't really discussed much about it. Okay. Scroll down, please. Advisor recommendations. Okay. So this is where when in a business, what happens, so just active, nothing is coming up here. Click on the drop down. Postponement distance. Okay. So in other words, we're here, Azure is giving us some recommendations. So they're using their AI, machine learning, and deep learning techniques. When we have a lot of resources and things like that, if they're finding any problems, if they're seeing any resources which are having less security, more security, and things like that, this is where they will be listed. That's what the recommendations they will do. So they're referring it as an advisor. As simple as that. Just remember, just have a rough idea of these things, guys. Okay. Click on extensions and applications. Extensions we don't have. We have not installed any. Click on VM applications. These are the other things that we can download from Marketplace, or we can get a few features and modules from Marketplace and try to use. I think those are things which will come here. Then click on availability plus scaling. Fault domain, update domain. I think it is not allowing us to create any of the fault domain or update domain. That is, again, we've discussed it. Then click on continuous delivery. This is the DevOps part of it. Continuous delivery on the top. Scroll down, please. Okay, we'll not configure this one, pardon me. That is not necessary. Then let's see, scroll down, please. On the left-hand side. Click on backup. We can also save some of our secure files to vaults, usernames and passwords and things like that. If at all, and we have anything like that, that is what that one is. But we'll not worry about that. That's just an idea. Next, click on disaster recovery. So disaster recovery between availability zones is a no. Again, scroll down. Okay. So it is indicating source region, the violet or the purple color. Scroll down. Selected target region and available target regions. So I think it will allow us to select the regions where we want to, just in case one site is totally down. What we can do is we can select another site. And let's say select any of the green arrows, green marks. It's not allowing us, it's not enabled.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's okay. But that is the thing, these are generally done again at an architectural level. Next, let's see, you don't need any, click on, scroll down and look for monitoring. Okay, and click on insights. So this is again where Azure is monitoring our resources, and it comes up with different kinds of insights, any patterns and things like that. This is where again the AI, machine learning, and all they use all these techniques and try to come up here, guys. Okay, then come to click on alerts. We can configure the alerts here. Subscription anytime. If our if you're spending more than certain amount of money, anytime we create a VM, we can add the rules and things like that, and we can select, we can send emails and the different kinds of messages and things like that. Okay, then click on logs. Into the health and the performance of the virtual machine. So we can take the log files ideally, and we can perform our own analysis of these log files. You can download them and things like that. The rest of things we generally don't use that much, but let's see, scroll down, please. Reset password, deploy serial console, down, please. Okay, then we have last one is support and troubleshoot. That's okay. We don't need to go. Click on resource help. There aren't any Azure platforms. Okay, so right now we don't have too many resources, so there's nothing to worry about and things like that. So our subscription is doing okay. This is what is the meaning of that, guys. Okay, then let's see. Come back here. We'll join soon. Okay, we have an update, and that is activity logs. We looked at that. Scale sets, activity logs. Okay. Managed services. Okay. So now let me come back here. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So back to infrastructure as service, we briefly discussed earlier, guys. Use only infrastructure from cloud provider, infrastructure. So remember, we are not buying the infrastructure, but we are renting it from the cloud. That is the mantra of the infrastructure. As a result of that, all the capital expenses are being reduced, guys, okay? And using a VM. So in other words, when we create a virtual machine, it's just a matter of few minutes. Imagine we need to set up a new company. We started a new company and now we need to set up our IT department in that company. acquiring the resources, acquiring the team, and setting up the team resources and everything ready will take some good amount of time. Whereas with cloud, in about a few matter of minutes, we're able to rent out their infrastructure and more importantly, use it, pay as you go. We will only pay for what we are using is what is a big thing about it, guys. We are not unnecessarily incurring the costs when it is not being utilized. So again, we are responsible for the application because that is what application is like. We are like the cricket players, and cricket is our application. We don't want to build the stadium, we don't want to build the chairs, and we don't want to look into the engineering aspects of the stadium. We want to focus on batting and bowling. Configure load balancing. Load balancing is also being automatically provided. We can just reuse that one. Otherwise, we need to write custom programs, scaling, write code. OS upgrades, patches, of course, that is happening anywhere. And availability is also, again, we can configure our own availability. And in other words, we may, sometimes for some of the applications, we write code. And as part of the infrastructure as service, we are just renting the infrastructure. So in other words, sometimes the requirements of the applications are in such a way we cannot use. Maybe we don't want to scale based on the cloud service provider, but our application is coded in such a way where we need to write special code or special scenarios and things like that. So we are taking care of the scaling and the availability of it manually. That is infrastructure as a service. Then again, platform as service is we're using the platform. Cloud provider is giving us the operating system, the application runtime, auto scaling, availability, and load balance. Anytime we are using the cloud's way of auto scaling and availability, that's where the platform as service is coming in. Or in other words, the application, we are generally using a platform of the cloud that is generally scalable and available is what it means. We are responsible only for our application's configuration and code. And that anyhow we have to do that one, guys, okay? When we use Azure App Service is used for deploying multiple web applications and things like that. Then we have databases, relational and NoSQL. We're here to talk about the, talk a little bit more about the Azure database and Azure NoSQL database, the Cosmos DB and things like that. The queues, AI, ML operations, etc. All these things are coming under platform as a service, guys, okay? Everybody okay with this slide, guys? Okay, then come back here. Azure App Service, again, that is nothing but when you want to manage, when you want to deploy multiple web applications and things like that, we use Azure App Service. It also supports REST APIs and mobile backends. It natively supports .NET, Core, Java, Python, and PHP and so on. In other words, we can build web applications in any of these programming languages and use Azure App Service. We choose a plan. It defines a set of compute resources for a web application. It is automating the automated deployment and management, auto scaling, built-in load balancing. These are some of the features which are being provided by the Azure App Service. This is nothing but platform as a service. Also an example of a platform as a service is what it is, guys, okay? So let's see, back here. Back here. There's app service. Try to create a web app. Docker container. Okay, so I guess we are probably not connected. Strange. Okay, Revati, I'm going to stop my screen. Let's see if we can create a web app and share that one. Back to your search window, share your screen. Okay, and in the search window, search app service. Select the app services. Then click on create. Create. And type in resource group. Let's see, create a new resource group, or you can select the existing resource group. Next, scroll down. give, let's say, first web app. First web app. No, first hyphen web app. Hyphen, not underscore. And hyphen Revati. I'm sure. Okay, first, yeah, as I said, okay. And next, let's say select runtime stack, expand that, select the drop down. So here, if we can choose in which application, scroll down in this one. Okay, so we can choose in which, based on which programming language that we are going to build, we can choose this one. But for now, select Docker container. And then scroll. No, select Docker container in the draw on the top in publish field. In the one above that, yeah. Select, we'll leave it as Linux, Central US is okay. Scroll down. Then let's say Linux plan. Computing with basic P1. Select the drop down. No, the Linux plan. SP region. Okay. Click on change. No. SKU, I won't touch that. Okay, come out of that. Premium. Click on change size. And here we have dev test, production and isolated, VV1 for less demanding workloads. Select dev test and F1 1 GB RAM, 1.75 GB B1, see additional options. Select B1, right hand side, the green one, yeah. Scroll down. So these are some of the included features. Click on apply. Okay, next, go to the next one. Docker, single container quick start and Nginx. And so now if you're looking at here, guys, the sample is Nginx. Click on the drop down. What is Nginx? Nginx is a built-in web server, or it's a web server for Linux. And this is the web server which we are going to be installing. We're going to be accessing, we're going to be having a web application in this one. So Docker container. What is Docker container? If you recall, Docker container is something, it's like a container where some things are already, some of the applications are already built. The Nginx is there. If the Nginx is there, there's a default web application there, which is what we're going to be accessing, guys. Okay. So click on next, monitoring. And application now, click on next. Click on next. The template deployment failed. Oh boy. It's not allowing us to do anything. Okay. Okay, I guess we need to wait for support team. Okay, we'll leave that there like that, and let's see if I can come back here. So dev test and production, okay. Then we go to the back. Okay, here's the microservices. Let's see what is a microservice. Container orchestration. Okay. Let's briefly discuss what is microservice. Bring this up. Want to leave that like that for a few minutes, Revati.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so there it is, guys. Enterprises are heading towards microservices architecture. Build small, focused microservices. In other words, microservices are nothing but they are like a web service. They're acting like applications. They're independent of each other. They can be written in any programming language, Python, Java, .NET, and they give us the flexibility to innovate and build the applications in different programming languages. In other words, they give more flexibility than traditional architectures. Traditional architectures have a lot of dependencies. Microservices are independent of each other. That is what it means slightly from an architectural point of view, guys. Okay. So, but again, you probably don't need to go much into it for the scope of AZ 900. So how can we have one way of deploying the Go, Java, Python, or JavaScript microservices? That's what is containers. Remember yesterday, not yesterday, but last Friday, we discussed briefly about Docker's containers. Container is something where you package the entire thing into something which is referred as a container. It is a particular application and all its dependencies which are inside that container. And as a result of that, if you give that container to anybody, whether in a production world or a development world or maybe a testing or a staging world, it will always work. What works in one environment will always work in another environment. Okay, so what is that? That's a container. And okay, so container Dockers. We can create Docker images for each microservice. So virtual machines, if you notice this one on host OS, virtual machine will have its own OS. Whereas the advantage of Dockers or containers is Docker is here. On top of Docker will sit multiple containers and they are reusing the host operating system. They don't maintain their separate operating system. What is that? That is virtual machine. Docker image has all needs of a microservice, application runtime, application code and dependencies. And what VMs virtualize hardware while containers virtualize OS. In other words, again, what's happening is if the Dockers and containers, they don't need a separate OS. If this was a VS, below it will be its own virtual machine. So they're directly working with the host operating system, whereas containers are directly working with the host operating system, whereas virtual machines can work with their own operating system, and that internally communicates with the host operating systems, guys. Okay, so runs the same way on any infrastructure, which means if you're using containers, if it works in one environment, one machine, it will work on the same container will work on any other machine, because generally container is packaged with all its dependencies together so that we don't run into the mismatch issues and things like that. They're generally, again, we can use them on the cloud, data centers. Docker containers are lightweight. Compared to the virtual machines, they're much more lightweight. They do not have guest operating system. So the guest operating system takes a lot of energy and the power of your resources. Once the guest operating system is not there, what is happening is we're at an advantage. Docker provides isolation for containers. In other words, each container is independent of each other. Docker is automatically taking care of that one. Of the independent containers, Docker is cloud neutral. So in other words, again, it works on Windows, Mac OS, or any other. Cloud neutral is not really OS. It is about the cloud. It will work on Azure cloud. It will work on Google cloud. It will work on Amazon cloud is what it refers to. Okay. Azure container instances. They manage and run simple container-based applications. We do not need to provision and manage VMs. Okay. They are simple containers, simple applications. We do not need to provision and manage VMs. So in other words, we don't work with the VMs. Start containers in seconds. So they're lightweight. They generally start much more quicker. Azure App Service also supports deploying simple containers. We can also deploy some simple containers is what it refers to, guys. Okay. Everybody okay with the slide, guys? Quick case, please. Little bit of theory, but just bear with me. Okay. Okay. So let's see, I guess we can take one more here. This is Kubernetes. This is a requirement. Oops. This is done. Manage. It's done. This one we can go to this. Okay. One moment, guys. Let's see if Revati is back. Revati, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Share your screen, please. Let's see if we can try to create a app service. Have we just created? Oh, I think we just created an app service. Okay. Docker, we are not able to. Okay, that is done. One moment. Microservices, we just talked about it. Container instance. Okay, let's try to search for container instance. Second one. Then, okay. Click on create a new one, give maybe my first container. Select your resource group. Okay. Yeah, you can just, what's this? Didn't you just give my first container or something like that?
For resources group I given, sir.
Resources group. Scroll up. Honey, that is, choose RG1 for that. Scroll down. Give the name my first container. And say review and create. Still creating, okay. Create. Still creating, okay. Still in progress, okay. Okay, it's 3:12. Let's take a short, maybe 5-minute break and come back, Revati. Revati, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So go to the resource. And let's say JSON view, public IP. Copy the public IP. Open your browser in another tab. Just paste that. In the yeah. Have you gone into open another browser window and paste that IP address there?
The system not working, sir. It's slow.
Oh, you can't open a new tab. In the same window, open a new tab now. Even that is taking time. Stop the share, maybe. Will release the resources and it will reopen. Are you there, Revati? Okay, just open your tab. Revati, are you there? Niharika, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. By any chance, do you have it up and running?
Sir?
The Azure?
In Azure?
Do you have it up? Are you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you share your screen? I'll make you the host. Okay, made you the host. Share your screen, please.
Sir, can you see now?
Yeah, I can see the screen now. And yeah, oh, you're creating very good. Click on that.
After deployment, I clicked on go to resource, it gives me no access.
Let's see. You click after deployment. What did you do?
Clicked on, go to resource.
And this is what you're getting at.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I pasted the IP address.
Yeah.
Welcome to Azure Container Instances.
Yeah, that's what you should get. Can you try to create the container instance one more time?
Yes, sir.
Niharika? And Subbu, is that you, buddy?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, sir.
It's not doing. Okay, go ahead, create.
I'm not getting the drop.
That means Subbu, is that you, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Is that you who you said you successfully were able to get that?
Yeah.
Niharika, let me make him the co-host and let's see on his machine.
Okay, sir.
I'll come back to you. Let me make you the co-host, Subbu.
Okay, sir.
Very good, buddy. Share your screen. Okay, there you go. Go back to the previous screen. I mean, previous tab, yeah. So ideally, guys, what should happen is, I don't know why Niharika is getting that error. Once you create your container instance, it will give you the public IP address. if you notice below FQDN, that is called fully qualified domain name. Fully qualified domain name is something like portal.azure.com. We have not given it, but we can also give something like that. But until then, the IP address, if you copy that IP address and then go to that tab, the new tab, Subbu, notice this, it says welcome to Azure container instances. So what is this one? This is a container in which there is maybe that's a .NET app, or maybe that is a Java app, or maybe a Node.js JavaScript app, or things like that. It is already, that container already has that application and all its dependencies there, and we are directly able to bring it up. So many times we will create containers like this, is what it is, guys. Okay, that is again a slightly advanced concept, but just to give you an idea of that one. Everybody catching that, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. So let me share my screen here, Subbu, for one moment, and I'll come back to you.
Can I stop me this year?
No, no, that's okay. I already shared it. So take a look at this, guys. Container orchestration. So AKS says Azure Kubernetes Service and Service Fabric. What are these? These are container orchestrations. Generally in real world, the architects, what they will do is they will create multiple containers, because architect is overseeing multiple applications, and we need to make sure the multiple applications are sending the right data, or things like that. We need to monitor and things like that. So they create a cluster, just like we're creating a cluster for Hadoop. Here we're creating a cluster of computers, and then multiple containers are being created on them. They're all independent of each other. They work for, they're doing their own stuff and things like that. So there are two ways in which we can create multiple containers. That is Azure Kubernetes Service. It's an container orchestration tool. You can deploy it and you can orchestrate microservices. So in each of these containers, we can have one microservice. Azure Service Fabric is a Microsoft's solution for orchestration. The AKS, Azure Kubernetes Service, is generally more popular. Everybody around the world uses that one, but Azure Service Fabric, the name sounds a little, maybe a little too fancy there, but it is also nothing but an orchestration tool for containers, and it is also used for creating multiple containers and things like that, guys. Okay, so what we'll do, come back here. So Subbu, share your screen, buddy. Go to the search window. I'm sorry, search in the sense on Azure. Have you shared your screen? You know, I'm not.
Yeah, I shared Navi.
I'm seeing this Cloud Shell window. Share your other screen.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah. Now on the top search window, just type in AKS. That is Azure Kubernetes Service. We'll not create it, but we'll just have a look at it.
Create?
Oh, I think we don't. I think these are slightly advanced stuff, so maybe that's why they're failing, or maybe, yeah, they're probably not giving us this one. But ideally, we don't create these things directly, guys. There's a lot of other things which go on, but I just wanted to give you a touch of it. Then search for Service Fabric. Just type in Azure Service Fabric, or just Service Fabric is also fine. Just type in Fabric otherwise. Service Fabric clusters. Okay, looks like they're not giving us the permissions. Okay, so what you can do is, that's okay. I just wanted to show you. Let me share my screen one more time. I'll come back to you in a moment. Subbu.
Okay.
Naveen,
Yeah.
I'm not getting any error over there when I'm opening it.
You are or you're not?
Yeah, I'm not getting an error.
This is for container. Is this for container instance?
No, it's for Kubernetes and Fabric. I'm not getting any error over there.
Okay. Okay, that's good. That's okay, Revati. I don't think we need to create a Kubernetes cluster or service fabric cluster. But remember what I will ask you, or in the certification exam, you will be getting is what is a service fabric, what is a Kubernetes a cluster is probably what you'll be asked. So as long as you remember, it is just an orchestration, container orchestration tool, that is enough. Okay, we'll try to learn a little bit more in the coming up days. But thank you, Revati. Okay. Okay, guys, a few more important things. Serverless. What do we think about when we develop an application? Well, some of the things that we need to think, or we need to have an idea is where to deploy it, what kind of servers we need, what kind of operating systems we need, how do we take care of the scaling and availability of the applications. In other words, these are all the things. Okay, so if you go back to our initial example of virtual machine or a physical server, think of physical server as a building. In that building, you can have multiple, in that server, you can have multiple virtual machines. Each virtual machine is one floor. In one virtual machine, let me put it back like this, guys. Think of a physical server as one floor. Cluster is a group of buildings. In that group of buildings, we are taking one building, and that is one rack. In that rack, we will take one floor, that is one physical server. In one physical server, you can have as many virtual machines as you want. So in that floor, you can have as many stores. You can have a McDonald's, you can have a Burger King, a Starbucks coffee shop, and maybe an Indian restaurant. What are these things? Each store, each room, think of each room or part of the floor. Imagine it is divided into 4 parts. Each part is one virtual machine. Inside each virtual machine, we can have multiple applications. So generally, we try to have one application. So now, what is that one? You need a building, you need a floor, you need a store, you need to clean it, you need to plan it, many things. What is this? This is serverful. In other words, this is an application where we are taking a server, we're renting a server and things like that. Serverless architecture is you don't need a server. Per definition, it sounds like you don't need a server. You will actually need a server. Okay, but let's say, here is an example. Imagine Subbu is planning to open a Starbucks coffee shop. Now he is rented this small store inside, maybe the first inside the mall, inside the first floor or the second floor. And he's running the store morning, let's say 6 or maybe 7 a.m. to night, maybe 11, maybe 12. He's working hard, trying to run a store and make some earnings and things like that. That is server. That is like server. Serverless is, imagine Revati has come up with a new idea. What Revati wants is, she has rented. What she's doing is, imagine she has done some analysis, and now she comes to the building owner or the mall owner and says, hey, I don't want a Starbucks coffee shop running from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. or 11 p.m. like Subbu. When I want is my wish. On Monday, maybe I'll run it from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Or maybe I will run only from evening 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. The rest of the times I don't need it. When I don't need it, we don't need your rent. So in other words, I want the rent only for that particular period of time. It could be half an hour, it could be 1 hour, it could be 10 hours. Okay, it's not a must that I will take all the 10 or the 11 hours. As long as I need, I will take the store, and when I'm done, I'm quitting. Think of Revati is doing her business like, what is it? That is serverless. Okay, so now that is a slightly friendly mantra. How do we take care of the scaling and availability of the application? Well, imagine back to Subbu, his store is running fine. He suddenly wants to open multiple stores. Again, he has to take another room or maybe another building, another room, and he has to redo all that stuff. Okay, these are generally the things Subbu needs to be prepared. What if we don't need to worry about servers and focus on your code? In other words, the building owner is telling, hey, whether you want 1 store, 10 stores, you don't worry, leave it to me. And you don't even need to take the full time. Morning 7 to evening 7 or 11. You may just need it for 5 minutes or 5 hours. What will you do? You just take it for 5 minutes, as long as you need. And I will give you the complete Starbucks setup. You just run the business, go. What is that? That is serverless. So here you don't worry about the servers, which is nothing but the rooms, the stores, the Starbucks shop. Serverless does not mean no servers. It is actually using the store, which it is actually using the server, but only for a few minutes. If it is only for a few minutes, it's only for a few minutes. So what do? Subbu will be paying the rent for the whole month, whether you use it or not. Even night times also, even if he doesn't use it, he has to pay rent. Whereas Revati, in her model of doing the business, she will not pay rent. If she has used only 5 minutes in one day, then she will pay only 5 minutes. In the next day, 5 hours. In the next day, 15 hours. She will only pay for what she used. That could be in the night or the evening. So what's happening? All her rental expenses and other expenses are also becoming optimized. Serverless, you don't worry about the infrastructure. Zero visibility. Everything is being provided by the building owner. Scaling auto availability is also given by them. So if there is no requests, in other words, we are the way Revati operates is when a customer is coming to her, imagine she knows it, she has an indication. What will she do? Let's say there is one customer coming, he's going to use it only 5 to 15 minutes. So she's quickly opening at that point of time. And she quickly closes the moment he leaves. So what is she doing? She's just opening for 5 minutes and closing in 15 minutes or 5 or 15 minutes. And if on a particular day, she did not have any customers coming in, she didn't even open her store. That is called zero cost. In other words, we don't pay if we don't use it, is what it is. Say, okay, you focus on code and the cloud managed service takes care of all that. Pay for your requests and not for service. As simple as that, guys. Everybody with me, quick yes, please. Okay, so that's where the Azure functions come to. This is also called AWS Lambda services and things like that. And let's see, just this one. Okay, so let's see, you don't worry about the servers or scaling. Hide it. So, come here. Okay, you don't worry about the servers or scaling or availability. You only worry about your code. In other words, imagine okay, we'll actually look at an example, guys. Our application could be just as simple as a simple function or a single function. Imagine all our function does is, all our application does is, let us say, if anybody asks us the time, what is current date and time? It is just returning the current date and time. As simple as that. That's what our application is doing. And all over the world, different servers, different applications come to us to find out the current time. What is that? That's a simple application, a simple function which is giving us the date and time. So on a single day, if you don't have any requests coming in, you don't pay. In a single day, you may have 1, 10, 100 or million. Based on the number of requests only you pay. You can write your code in C#, Python and things like that. That's what we try to do. So let me come back here. So Subbu, back to you, buddy. See if you can share your screen.
I mean, are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, buddy. So now search for Azure function. Just type in Azure function.
Azure Network Function Manager.
No, just type in Azure function. Our devices network function. Don't see any Azure function. function manager. Azure network, they changed it. Function app. On the right hand side, you see Azure functions. So you click on that. Scroll down, please. Scenarios, if you want to build. On the left hand side, click on Python. There's no CLI based, okay. Create an Azure function code tools. Create your local project, Visual Python extension. Scroll down. Oh, this is showing in a Visual Studio Code. Really? Don't even have to go to Visual Studio Code here. Scroll down, buddy. Keep going down. Back to the Azure portal. There you go. Oh no, just type in Azure function one more time. Okay, Azure network functions. Okay, select Azure network function manager.
Devices are vendors. Naveen.
Third one below that. No, not vendors. I'm surprised function is not coming as function. Third one, buddy, you selected the second one.
Vendors, right?
Network functions, the one below that. I'm trying to. Revati, are you seeing Azure functions in your thing? Revati, Niharika?
No, Naveen.
None of you are seeing, huh?
Yes, Naveen.
They're open for me.
Revati, is that you?
Azure Network Function Manager.
No function.
Niharika.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Stop your sharing, buddy.
Okay.
For me also it is only
Niharika, share your screen. And let's see, it has a manage view refresh, not the network function. Can you just type in Azure function there?
Yes, sir.
You're not getting anything, aren't you? They couldn't have changed that. Can you type in Azure logic instead of function?
Okay.
Oh, maybe they don't have access. I think they're not giving access to this one. Azure logic is giving you Cosmos DB. And we'll need to wait for that. Okay. Give me one moment. Oops. Not this one. Just send this one. Logic, apps, and Azure functions. So back here, this is the story of the serverless. We'll need to test that. Maybe we'll save it for tomorrow. Back here, trigger. Okay, next comes logic apps. We don't have logic apps also. Where is this one? 26. Okay, so here we go. Let me bring this up. Oops. Logic apps. Okay. Okay. So let me share my screen now, Niharika, because we're unable to create that. Okay. So the serverless orchestration service, guys. Logic apps is nothing but serverless orchestration service. In other words, a group of serverless functions can be put together as an application that is referred as logic application. They're recommended for orchestrating long-running process and workflows. Long-running process are like the batch process, which run maybe a few minutes to few hours. They could be few seconds. Also, they are like a low-code or a no-code solution. There is also a web-based designer with easy-to-use GUI. So we'll also look at that. Link triggers to actions. In other words, a group of serverless functions can be connected by using triggers and action. The output of one function can become an input to another function that is called pipelining. So that's where you trigger. When this happens, you do that. That is what is called trigger. An event you want to react. When there are more than X number of messages in the queue, or when you receive a mail at regular intervals do something, that is a trigger. Action, what you want to do. You may want to send an email, a message, or on the queue when a message is received. These are some of the actions we take place. Each of these can be written as separate small parts or small functions, and together a group of functions can become a logic app. Okay, and let's say if you go a little bit, software as service. So again, we briefly discussed about SaaS. It is centrally hosted software offered on a subscription basis, pay as you go. So again, emails, customer relationship management, ERP. These are nothing but software as a service. Cloud provider is responsible for OS, application runtime, auto scaling, application code configuration. When we are using the Gmail, maybe Yahoo Mail, the code was also written by the cloud service provider. We did not write our code. We are just using their code. So they are providing that one, guys. Okay. Customer is responsible for configuring. You enter your username, password, you set up your, how it looks and things like that. That is what is the configuration of the software. That is software as a service, guys. These are some things I will force you to remember. Then again, shared responsibility model. Notice in the on-premises, here is on-premises, infrastructure as service, platform as service, software as service. Wherever there is complete blue square, that means we are taking care of it. If it is on-premises, if it is in our company, we are setting up the servers, racks, the clusters, everything we need to take care of. Once you move to IaaS, all the infrastructure is taken care. Once you move to platform as service, we don't have to worry about. We are partially taking care of the operating system network controls. And if it is software as service, we are just opening an account and logging into different devices, just saving our email, sending our email, saving the data and things like that. This is referred as a shared responsibility model. It's just a slightly visual view or pictorial view. Guys, okay. So now let's say, let's stop this here for a moment. Come back here. Back here. And let's say, so is this here? Is this here? From here till here. So that's going to be, say, you get it. Give me one moment here, guys. Get this. You get this. It's going to be fifth one. A bunch of questions, guys. So just give me one moment. I'm just preparing them so that it becomes easy for you to follow. So give me one moment. Customer has no access. Oops. So here you scan. Let's see if we can reduce this one. So if you go back here, as the previous one, this is giving answer and that's the next one. One step down. One step down. It's probably the last question. Okay. Okay, save this one. Sharing again, yes. We have function Azure. Oh, how is it? Is there a function app? Oh, great. Okay. Let's see. So, okay, let me complete this one. We'll come back there. Shabas. Come back here. Okay. Bring this up. Oh boy. Not a problem. 1, 2, 3. This up. Okay, guys. So share it. Okay. So what do you think, guys? IaaS or PS or SaaS deploy custom applications in virtual machines? Do we deploy our applications in virtual machines in these scenarios, guys? In IaaS, PS, or SaaS? Yeah, is it a true or false? Or in which one do we deploy? We deploy custom applications in virtual machines. So in SaaS, Lavanya, to use Gmail, you're deploying a virtual machine. Okay. So you take the, if it is IaaS, that means you're renting the infrastructure and then you're deploying a virtual machine, Revati. The answer is IaaS. It's an IaaS only. No, it's not a platform. It is an IaaS. When we take infrastructure, we take their infrastructure. Virtual machine is also an infrastructure. We are renting that. In platform as service, they're already giving you a database. They are installing the virtual machine. They are installing the database and they are giving it to you. You're not deploying. Or in IaaS, in infrastructure, we are deploying. Okay. And what about Gmail? Is that I, P, or S? What kind of service? It's a SaaS. That should be a simple one. And using app service to deploy your app. Is that IaaS, PS, or SAS? App service. We're deploying multiple applications into app service. That is what it is used for. What do you think, guys? It's a pass, I think. Okay, it's a pass only. Next, let's see what else we have. Customer is responsible for OS updates when using pass. Is it a true or a false? For OS updates. I think the answer is true, guys. Oh, sorry, false. The customer platform. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's a false. They are taking care of the operating system. They are taking care of the application. Customer is responsible for availability when using pass. What do you think, guys? Availability when they're using pass. I think that is no, right? Yeah. In pass, customer has access to VM instance. What do you think? True or false? Are we accessing the VM? Access to VM instance. False. We have access to the database, not to the VM. If we have the VM, then we may end up deleting the platform itself. That is what you can think of. In PaaS, customer can customize OS and install custom software. Can you install custom software? That's a tough one. They have given us the database. And now we want to deploy something onto that. We can customize OS. Oh, I think the answer should be false there. Yeah, we don't customize that. Customer can configure auto scaling needs in which one? In PaaS. Auto scaling. Sorry. In PaaS, customer can configure auto scaling needs. Okay, let's see. That's a true. Platform, auto scaling. So automatically it is, you can configure it. I see. Okay, I'll take that as yes. Remember manually. In PaaS, customer can configure hardware needs, memory, CPU, etc. That's a tough question. Answer is true. Okay. And PaaS services only offer compute services. Compute services is again, you're performing processing, computing, and for example, database is where you query and things like that. What do you think, guys? I think the answer is true, right? Oh, sorry, my bad. So false. Platform as service. Okay, not only compute, but maybe more other things also will being provided. That is what the computer service is, guys. Okay, so back to here, Azure VM. In Azure VMs, we can have Windows or Linux infrastructure as part of the IaaS. Use VMs when you need control over operating system or you want to run custom software. We handle the availability, scalability, and load balancing. So when we are creating VMs, we are configuring the availability, scalability, and load balancing. Azure App Service, we generally create multiple web applications. Hopefully we'll create 1 or 2 web applications tomorrow. Today we actually created container instance that is also an example of web application, but hopefully we'll create a few of them tomorrow. We can also create RESTful APIs. RESTful APIs when we have, let's say you created a class in Python. Now you want this class to be exposed to other applications in the world. Then what do? You convert it into a web service and you make it available. That is what is RESTful. That's again a little bit advanced at this stage, guys. Okay. So in other words, app service is used for deploying web apps. That's a platform as service. Azure Container Service is also a platform as service. Run isolated containers. Each container is something which contains an application and all its dependencies. Generally, what happens? One application is there. In different environments, its dependencies may change. That is a big problem in real world. So that is where the container services come to. The container comes to the rescue where you deploy it on any environment, it will work. You do not need to provision and manage because the person who is handing over the container will give you everything. And containers are much more lightweight compared to the virtual machine. So virtual machine may also have containers, but they are lightweight containers. Then Azure Kubernetes Service is also a platform as service. Container as a service. CAS is a container as service. It is part of the platform as service. So we create Kubernetes cluster service. Azure Service Fabric is a Microsoft's answer or a solution to Azure Kubernetes service. They made a few architectural changes. They created a similar orchestration tool that is referred as a service fabric. Azure Functions, these are serverless functions. Serverless function as a service, FAAS. So we save more time, more money. It becomes it is possible now to write small functions as separate serverless apps and try to run them. So as a result of that, we will save on expenses and things like that, guys. Okay, that is what is Azure Functions. Then let's see who else. Who was it? It was just now. Just now they said they were able to run that. Who's that, guys? Just now you said you were able to run.
Hello, Naveen.
Yeah.
I told that, Naveen. Instead of Azure functions.
Yeah, you were able to create the Azure function, right?
No. Instead of Azure functions, we have a window like Azure apps. I told that.
Azure apps. Okay, let's see. Back to who was working.
Sorry, function apps.
Can you share your screen?
Yes.
Function app. See that. Create. Okay. Click on function app. Okay. Give. Let's say select. Create a new resource group. Okay. Just say my function. One. Just say Shevas, add your name. Okay, let's scroll down. Scroll down, please. Okay, runtime stack. Let's say click select the runtime stack, and let's say just this is what is it? Didn't we create this one? It's a function app. Okay, just say Python. Yeah, select location. It's not giving any regions, sir. Click on regions. Click on the regions. In the drop down, below there is regions, right? It's not letting you. Okay, that's okay. I guess we don't have the permissions and things like that. See where we are.
It is giving East US something.
You're getting it up?
Yes, sir. For some, there's a lab issue today, I thought. For some it is getting, for some it is not getting.
Okay. Just refresh it, Shivas. Let's go back and type in function. Just type in function. Don't see. Oh, I think, okay, you're having some issue. And Pratisha, is that you? Were you able to create?
Yes, Naveen.
Oh, okay. I'll stop the share for you. You stop the sharing for you, Shivas. Let's go to Pratyusha. Let's see. Let's Pratyusha, unmute yourself, please.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Make co-host. Say yes. Share your screen now.
Can you see it, Naveen?
Yeah. Have you created it?
No,
thought
I got the location.
region. Okay. Now go to the next. And hosting Linux. Okay. Consumption is serverless. Okay. Next. Enable. Okay. And go to next. Enable application inside some. Okay, we can just leave it as it is. Go to next tags. Go to next. And let's say create. This is a function app. So functions. Give it a moment. Let me know when it is done.
Deployment validation phase, Naveen.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. See where we are. Okay. Okay. You can stop the screen. Just take a short 5-minute break, guys.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. Give me one moment. Let me bring up my slide here. Database. This storage. Okay. Cloud services, we just discussed this. And let's say, come back here, storage. Block storage, okay. So let me bring up this one and sharing the screen. Okay. So if you recall, we briefly discussed about different kinds of storage, guys, going a little bit deep. Storage types can be treated as block, file, object, and other files. So the first one is, what is the type of storage of your hard disk? It is referred as a block storage. And if you go back to the world of Hadoop, there the data is getting split into small splits. The small splits are called the blocks, right? Even if you take traditional operating systems, which is Windows and Linux, our files are not actually getting saved as files, but they are actually getting saved as small blocks. That is why the hard disk is referred as block storage. By default, you save anything, it is saving in the orders of 28 KB or something like that. There is some limit in small blocks. That is why it is referred as block storage. We have created a file share to share a set of files with your colleagues in an enterprise. What type of storage are we using? Well, that is called file storage. We have created a file share where to share with our colleagues, means generally that is acting like a network drive. The network drive is referred as a file storage. We want to be able to upload or download objects using REST API without mounting them onto your VM. What is the type of storage? Well, that is called object storage. So in other words, we want to store the data as objects. That's why we're referring it as object storage is what it is, guys, okay? So the block storage is nothing but the hard drives or hard disks. The file storage is generally the servers or the network drives that we are given access to. The object storage could be records, or they can be the objects themselves. That is using through the REST API, I guess. Okay, we'll talk about that. Next, Azure Storage is a managed cloud storage solution. Remember, managed means it is managed by the Azure guys. The opposite to that is self-managed. Self-managed is we need to manage. So here we don't need to manage about the storage. They will take care of it. What will they do? They will give us high availability, durability, and massive scalability, up to few petabytes of data. 1 petabyte is 1000 terabytes. That is very, very huge. And that is automatically given to us using the cloud storage, guys. Okay. Core storage services. So Azure disks are nothing but the block storage. Azure files are the file shares. Azure blobs, this is the unstructured data, the textual data or the binary data. Then we have queues. In slightly advanced architectures, they generally use the queues. We'll talk about them. Then we have a NoSQL way of saving the data, that is nothing but the Cosmos DB. So for all these things, storage account is needed for Azure files, blobs, queues, and Azure tables. So in other words, that is the one that we are having problem. We were trying to connect to the Cloud Shell. After we connect to the Cloud Shell, what we need to do is we need to upload our private key that we created. To upload that private key, we need storage, and that is the access we are having an issue with. So hopefully the lab guys will be able to resolve it today, and maybe hopefully we'll have it ready for tomorrow, guys. Okay, that is the update I got from Lakshmi. So we'll be able to look at that. So okay, we'll look into each of these things. So here is data redundancy. Data redundancy, what is that? That is like a replication. We have something called locally redundant storage. 3 synchronous copies in the same data center like the Hadoop. This is the least expensive. In other words, in a single data center, the same copy is saved in 3 different copies. So in other words, more precisely, Hadoop has actually borrowed the copy concepts from cloud computing, is what it is, guys. It is not the cloud guys have copied it, but Hadoop has copied it from cloud computing, this concept. So locally, you're replicating the data. Zone redundant is 3 synchronous copies in the 3 Azure zones in the primary region. In the primary region, there are 3 zones. You are replicating in 3 zones rather than locally. Geo-redundant is LRS, local redundant, plus a synchronous copy to the secondary region. 3 more copies using LRS. Okay, so you're locally saving 3. If that data center fails, then asynchronous means behind the scenes in the background. We are saving it to a secondary region. That is geographical. Rather, the region could be in a different, or region is generally in a different geographical location. Geo zone redundant storage. This is ZRS, which is 3 copies in 3 zones plus a synchronous copy to the secondary region. That is the most expensive and the highest availability redundancy of the replication. Everybody catching it, guys? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, they are not too tough or complicated, but if you give a little bit of thought, we should be able to easily understand it, guys. Okay, back to the block storage, the hard drives. Hard disks attached to your computers, they are behind the scenes saving everything as small blocks. Typically, one block storage device can be connected to one virtual server. So in other words, you can make a hard disk as a virtual server also. And we can connect multiple different block storage devices into one. We can have multiple, we can also make multiple hard disks as one drive. You can think of that as one server is what you can think of it. So here is Azure disk storage. Disks for Azure virtual machines is nothing but the block storage, standard HDD, SDD, premium SDD as the name suggests, and things like that. These are some of the features of this one. In standard HDD, it is recommended for backup, non-critical and infrequent access. SDD, they are slightly more sophisticated, more faster than the HDD. They're recommended for web servers, lightly used enterprise applications. Premium SDD for production level applications. And Ultra Disk recommended for IO intensive SAP HANA. So this is where a lot of memory and a lot of read and writes. IO intensive means read and write, input output. And in SAP HANA, that's a very databases are also very transaction heavy. Workloads happen there. That is what is Ultra Disk, guys. Okay, and let's see. Come back here. And now what we'll do, guys, let me see, we come back here. Okay, I'm going to go back to a little bit of assessment. There are a few more people here. And let's see who else is remaining. Pardon me. Let's see, Venkateshwar, are you there, buddy? Can you unmute yourself if you're there? Show online, come online. Okay, let's move to the next one. Next one is Ravi Adapa. Ravi, are you there? Doesn't look like Ravi is here. How about Bhuvaneshwari, are you there?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, you can come online, show on yourself. And
Yeah, actually my cam is not working, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what is scoop used for, Bhumeshwari?
Scoop. It is used for tables, sir. Showing the tables.
Showing the tables where?
In Hadoop, sir.
Okay. Do you know what is HBase used for?
HBase is used for tables in the to the stored data, sir.
To store the data, okay. And do you know what is meaning of fault tolerance?
Fault uninterrupted the failures, sir.
Uninterrupted?
The failures.
Uninterrupted failures, okay. And what is data node?
Data node is a slave node, sir.
Okay. Okay. Well, in Hive, what happens to SQL?
Sir?
In Hive, what happens to SQL commands?
SQL commands.
Yeah. We give SQL as input. After you give SQL, what happens?
I'm not getting, sir.
Okay. Come here. What is the meaning of schema?
Schema is nothing but tables and data, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Bhuneshwari.
Yes.
Yeah. Harshita, are you there? Can you come online, Harshita? Okay. Let's see who else is here. Shita Venkateshwar Ravi is not there. Back to Praharsha. See if Praharsha is here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Okay. And let's see where you go. Okay. Do you know what does the command fs setrep do?
FS.
Fs setrep.
It will set, sir.
Set what?
It will set the files.
Set the files. Can you explain more?
Replicate files, sir.
Okay. In pig, there is a command statement for each generate. What does that do?
Each generate. It will select.
Select what?
Select, I mean, each generate means a loop, sir. Selecting the loop.
Okay. Why should we replicate the data?
For modifying.
For modification.
Modification.
What do you modify?
Files.
Okay. Do you remember what scope is used for? Pardon me?
Scope, sir. I'm not getting your question.
Oh, what is scope used for?
Scope. No, sir. I don't have any idea.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember in Hadoop, what is the file we save? Or let's say there is a file called core-site.xml. We save or we configure something in this one. What do we save here? What is it used for?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. If you want to see in Linux the top 5 or top 10 lines in a file, what is the command?
Map reduce.
Map reduce. Okay. Why should we split the data in Hadoop?
No, sir. I didn't prepare anything because I have health issues.
Oh, okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, are you feeling, are you back to normal now?
No, sir. Somewhat better, but not properly.
Oh, have you got tested?
Yeah, sir. But it's okay now.
Good. Okay, take care. Thank you, Varsha.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Subbu, are you there, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Can you tell me what is the command if you want the top 10 lines in Hadoop?
Top 10 lines, sir.
Yeah. And top 10 lines in here and Hadoop.
Tail.
Tail.
Head, tail. Head. Top head 10.
Okay. Do you remember what is metastore in Hive?
Metastore. Stores system catalog.
Okay.
Data node system.
What does load data do?
Load data, sir.
Yeah. Load data local in Hive.
Loads the data.
Loads the data where?
Rows into Hive table.
Then what is create table doing?
Create table. Creating table, sir.
Okay. Do you know where does Hive store the files?
Wait, sir, can you repeat it?
Where does Hive store the files?
Data warehouse.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any idea when you give SQL commands as input, what is Hive doing with it?
converts into a map reducer.
Okay. Thank you, Subbu.
Thank you, sir.
And let's say, who do we have here? So let's say, Satish, are you there, buddy? Satish is not there. So Rahul, yeah, Rahul, Rahul and Maredugonda. Are you there, buddy? Rahul, are you there, buddy? Okay. And let's see. How about Vishweshwari? Vishweshwari. You there, Vishweshwari?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Okay, back to the basics. What is Hadoop?
Hadoop is a large, it is a framework.
Framework for?
It is having a large data sets.
Okay. How do you define a distributed file system?
Distributed file systems means large data sets will be distributed to many computers to get work done easily in a short span of time.
Okay. And what are the steps in MapReduce?
In MapReduce, we have to store the data and it splits the data and process it.
Processes the data. Do you remember what are the steps which are going on in MapReduce?
It will internally convert into
Okay.
combine partition.
Okay. Do we give the schema at the time of creating tables in Hive?
Naveen?
Do we create schema? Do we give schema in Hive?
Yes.
Okay. Do we give it in Pig?
Oh, sorry. In Pig, we will give schema, but in Hive, in Pig at the time of execution only we will give.
In Hive?
Yes, in Hive also we will give. Schema is nothing but column names and all that, right?
Thank you, Vishweshwari. Okay. Let's see what else is there. Shita is not here, Ravi. Okay, so the remaining ones we'll try tomorrow. And we'll go from there, guys, okay? Gentlemen, ladies, any questions before we wrap up today? If time permits, please try to review some of the Azure topics, guys. We'll also try to review some of the Azure topics tomorrow and go from there for a quick assessment and things like that, guys, okay? On a daily basis, we'll be continuing our assessment like this. So today I have noticed a bunch of you guys have answered very well. So I don't know if you studied well during the weekend or things like that, but that is very encouraging. So if you are able to spend a little bit more time and do a little bit of studying and things like that. So evening maybe 1 to 2 hours, and I think in the morning definitely before we start you can sit up to 3 hours. You can 8 to 11 a.m. and you can study, review some of the concepts, notes and things like that, and that will be very helpful for you guys. Today a bunch of you guys, except for 1 or 2, I think have answered most of the questions, but more importantly, that is good, that is encouraging. So keep up the same thing, do review on a daily basis and continue to continue to do that, guys. Okay, everybody okay with that? Cool. Okay, gentlemen, ladies, you guys take care, stay safe, and keep learning, guys. Signing off for today. We'll see you tomorrow and go from there. Thank you. Bye for now. Thank you again, guys.